Dodgers and Yankees. Coverage begins Saturday at 7:30 Eastern and Sunday at 6:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
I'm on a mission. I'm in control.
Athletes Unlimited Softball is back for season 2. Ignited by a record-setting inaugural season, a bold new era in softball is here. Now, 6 teams take the field in their home markets. Chicago Bandits, Carolina Blaze, Portland Cascade, Oklahoma City Sparks, Utah Talons, and the Texas Volts. Each stacked with a lineup worthy of the spotlight. The AUSL on ESPN all season long. This is legendary.
The Baseball Tonight podcast.
Albert Pujols, I was quoting you 15,000 times about Junior Caminero, about the line you said to us in the podcast early this year. After Aaron Judge moves on, Junior Caminero could be the next Aaron Judge.
And was so scared that you can compare it like having the eyes of Juan Soto and then at the same time have contact and power.
The Baseball Tonight podcast is on the ESPN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
Everything that we're hearing from Rich Paul and from Shams and others who are reporting on this indicates that he's heard everything he needs to hear. When Shams is talking about the voice notes and Rich Paul has passed them along to LeBron, it makes you think that these teams have made their best pitch to him and he knows what he's doing. It's just a matter of how am I going to deploy this information.
Unsportsmanlike. Weekday mornings starting at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Talking seasons back in the SEC. The best top-to-bottom conference in all of college football. The preseason tradition continues with SEC Football Kickoff Media Days. Live from Tampa, Florida, SEC Network will bring in-depth analysis of SEC coaches and the season's top stories.
You stay at the same job, I have to keep moving.
SEC Football Kickoff Media Days presented by Regions Bank. July 19th through the 23rd on SEC Network and the ESPN app.
Amber and Ian.
I had an opportunity to actually sit down and watch a show last night with my husband. We're a day removed. He's already asking me if he can cheat on me. We started a new show together, and he's texting me right now, hey, since you're working tonight, can I go watch the next episode?
What's your answer?
No, hell no, you can't.
Wait a minute. That's part of a successful marriage is a show? You let your husband go watch the show because you don't even know if you like it yet or not.
Amber and Ian. Weeknights at 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio.
It's Larry Shelby, previously on the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Augie. Who's up next? Augie. Come on, Augie. Augie, great to hear from you.
I need to get a rebate now. I could hear you, but apparently you couldn't hear me, and I'm sure a lot of people are cheering.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC Network.
The NFL Flag Championships are back, and it's game on.
This is fast. It's fun.
The next generation, they came to play.
The energy is palpable. Touchdown! Wow!
Laying it all on the line in the premier youth flag football event of the summer.
Get set to crown a champion.
The NFL Flag Championships presented by Toyota, July 24th through 26th on ABC, ESPN, and more Disney networks. Stream all games on the ESPN app.
Wichita's new sports leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM, KKGQ, Newton. This is the Shane Dennis Show on the new ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Hello, happy Thursday. Happy midday. Happy noontime, episode 1257. Shane Dennis Show, Jack Johnson alongside two, here for the next 2 hours. Thank you for stopping by. Tell a friend. If you're new to the station, welcome. If you're an old standby, welcome back. Hopefully we can inform and entertain over the next couple of hours. We certainly invite your participation. Got a couple different ways, well, more than a couple different ways for you to interact with us. You can do it on Facebook. A lot of you do that. Instant message us on Facebook if you got questions and things like that. But when it comes to the show, we have a couple of lines for you. Whether you want to text or you want to call, we got two separate lines for that. We got let's start with the hotline. Give us a call, 316-669-4996. So if you want to, during Pat's show, for example, win some stuff, you'll need that hotline. For my show later on, you at the end of hour one, you'll be in need of the text line. And that number is 316-666-2285. I got some things to give away. And we give away stuff pretty much every day. But it all depends on what we decide, how we give those things away. So you need both the text line and the hotline. You need to keep them separate. Now, another easy way to determine which is which, in case you forget, and you're not a punch it into your phone type of person, if you live stream us on Twitter, Facebook, or our YouTube channel, on the ticker down at the bottom with the show description, they got the numbers down there, the hotline number and the text line number. So if you forget, it's down there, but put those in your phone and act accordingly. Smart speaker, tell it to play KKGQ 92.3. Stream us at work if you're allowed, or stream us in your home, at your man cave, your office, computer device, laptop, ESPNWichita.com. Click on that listen live button. Check us out there. Or you can download our ESPN Wichita app and take us with you wherever you go. Listen live, never have to miss a moment, especially if you're in your car driving somewhere. But if you do, if you miss any part of any show here on this channel, you can always go to the podcast page on our website or via our app, and then you can scroll back through and listen to whatever you may have missed. Also, besides live stream and watching us on all those channels, follow us on X, be our friends on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also check us out on Instagram. We are at our Equity Bank Park studio. It is July 16th. It's the 197th day of the year, 168 days left in 2026. And another day here in Wichita of about 90 degrees, but we'll feel a little warmer. And the wind has picked up more today than it has the last couple of days, but partly cloudy / partly sunny skies as opposed to the last couple of days where it was a lot of sun, but it's supposed to really heat up over the next week or so. So if you work outside, beware. Make sure that you take care of yourself. All right, we'll get to the nuts and bolts of the show here in just a second. We've got a interview as normal in hour two, like we do every Thursday. We'll get to all that here in a second. But first, Jack with our moment of levity, as we call it. Jack, take it away.
What do you call a cow with 3 legs?
I don't know. What?
Lean beef.
Ooh, it's another good one. Jack's hot. We, on July 16th, recognize National Dole Whip Day, the dairy-free soft serve frozen treat. National Cherry Day. National AI Day. Personal Chef Day. And Corn Fritters Day. All those. July 16. Born Day today. Orville Redenbacher. Popcorn guy. Born 1907. Phoebe Cates is 63. Actress, most famously, and I don't think it's even close, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and wife to Kevin Kline, the actor. Speaking of actors, it's also Will Ferrell's birthday. He's 59. And Corey Feldman from the Goonies and Stand By Me, born day today. There you go. Pretty popular July 16th here today. Here's what we're going to talk about. First of all, we'll lead with a little bit of golf talk, actually. The British Open going on right now. And it's an interesting leaderboard. We'll put it that way. We'll talk about that here in just a second. We'll spend a lot of time on it, but we'll get you up to date on who's doing what in the final major. And 12:25, baseball, the Major League version is back tonight in small part. I think there's only one game. I think it's the Mets and the Phillies. But there is some news to catch you up on when it comes to all those first rounders. How many have signed already and for how much? We'll tell you. Plus, the A's are calling up one of their prospects, and the son and grandson of a former big leaguer is acquired by Houston. We'll tell you who those folks are coming up here in just a little bit. Also, the Twitter question comes your way at the end of hour number 1. It's courtesy of Truck Stuff today. And today's question has to do with the city of Wichita. So more details here in just a little bit. And then at 1 o'clock, Jack and I will have a segment we call Grind My Gears, What Makes Us Mad, sports or otherwise. So that comes your way at 1 o'clock. As we get closer and closer to replacing GMG with our pick segment, because football season is right around the corner. Yesterday, by the way, marked the 1 month from exhibition football plateau. Chiefs and Rams are going to play August 15th. So we're about a month away from preseason football, and we won't be picking those, but eventually we're going to turn the page and we're going to get to pick 6, our picks segment. That'll come your way later on in the summer and fall. But GMG today at 1 o'clock. And then at 1:25, we'll talk to Jamie Bluma, former Royal, former Shocker, former reliever. We'll talk to him about his experiences at All-Star games. He is a multiple-time minor league All-Star. So we'll ask him about how that went. What did he think about going to an All-Star game during the All-Star break? And so we'll talk about that coming up at 1:25 or so. And then I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show, July 16 version. Pat will be here by the end, Pat Strathman from the Pulse, as we'll have a little crosstalk and hand you off to said Pulse from 2 to 4 later on this afternoon. Speaking of later on, we have overtime coming up at 6 o'clock. And then tomorrow, the Wind Surge will be back at it. They'll be playing a little brief 3-game series at Arkansas with pregame coverage starting at 6:50 Friday night between the Travs and the Surge before Wichita comes right back home and plays Midland in a 6-game series. So a lot going on next week, not only on our air, but here at Equity Bank Park as the Wind Surge get done with their all-star break. Wasn't too very long, but they'll be back at it on Friday. They'll play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then back home to take on Midland starting next Tuesday. So your chances, actually, I hate to scare you, but your chances of watching the Wind Surge here at Equity Bank Park are starting to dwindle a little bit. They were and will be home almost the entire month of July, but the month of July is half over. So take advantage, get your tickets, and come watch the Wind Surge starting next Tuesday, the first of a 6-game series against the Midland Rockhounds. All right, there is your show. You got your numbers. We encourage your participation. If you got questions, comments, or any combination thereof, and you want us to address them, or you just want to say hi, highly recommend the text line, 316-666-2285. Before I get into a little bit of golf talk, I'm going to catch Jack flat-footed here. With no Royals baseball, or no baseball at all, because it's, all-star game, doesn't count. Yesterday, pretty much the only thing going on in sports, Jack, was the ESPYs. Knowing that, what did you watch last night, if you don't mind?
I'm trying to remember what I even watched last night. I don't think much. I had my beer league softball game. So
you played softball.
Yeah, I didn't really watch any TV.
All right. Yeah, so I guess we're going to have to get back at it, not only starting tonight with Major League Baseball, but the Royals will be back in action on Friday, and then we'll talk all about that coming up on Monday and see if the Royals get their butts in gear with the Padres series starting Friday night at 7:10. More on that in just a little bit. The baseball talk at 12:25. But the British Open, just a brief mention on the fourth major. It is going on right now across the pond, as they say. They're at Royal Birkdale. And normally the weather at the Open, what they call the Open, normally the weather is more of a factor over there, especially last year, if memory served, with that it was rainy, and the course that they played up, which one it was, escapes me now, but was rainy, soft, and good scoring conditions were enjoyed by all. Not quite the case this year, or at least that was a report. It's in the low 70s over there. Wind's not a real big factor, but it had been dry. I saw actually on Sterling Holmes the Open update for 810 Sports Radio 810 WHB. He had a reel that said that it might be a little drier and a little firmer, a little faster than normal. But the scores that have been posted for those that are in the clubhouse right now, there are a bunch of really good scores. Headlined by Jackson Suber, the American, who had quite a round. He had 3 bogeys, 6 birdies, and an eagle. He went birdie, eagle, par to finish up his round on 16, 17, and 18. Eagle to par 5, 17th to shoot an opening round 65. So Jackson Suber is all alone at the top of the leaderboard in the clubhouse with a 65. Sung J M and a British player named Dan Brown, both in the clubhouse at 4 under with 66s. And prodigy Pearson Cootie, Wichita Open fans will remember that name. Pearson Cootie through 15 is 4 under. So he's got a good round going, and he's still out there. Colin Morikawa had a 4 under through 10 round going, but he has since bogeyed 11, and he is on hole number 13. He's 3 under, so he's still in good shape. He's tied for 5th. A host of other players at 3 under par, including Bryson DeChambeau, who shot an opening round 67. Also, Scotty Scheffler is in with a 68. He is tied for 13th, 3 off the lead. So Scheffler with a host of players at -2, including Xander Schauffele, who's out there. He's played 10 holes, and he is 2 under par. So there's still plenty of the British Open to watch if you so choose. A lot of players are still out there. And if you get up early, you can start watching it, I think, at 5 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone, 5 in the morning if you want to. Sam Stevens, Wichita's own, had a rough first round. He's 1 over 71. And a lot of times in the majors, a 1 over 71 won't kill you. And I guess technically it's not going to kill Sam Stevens if he can get in red numbers the rest of the way. But 1 over 71 is only good enough to get you a tie for 62nd. There are a lot of red numbers being posted out there, and a good amount of guys that are still out on the course, including Brooks Koepka. Who else is still out there of note? Ludwig Oberg has only played 10 holes. And one of the favorites, or kind of the darling of the British Open, Tommy Fleetwood, he finished with a flurry, and he finished one under, I believe. I think he shot a 69. So they are underway at Royal Birkdale Golf Club, the Open Championship, round one. And so far, Jackson Suber, the only one in the clubhouse, with a 5 under. He posted a 65 and leading 3 other players by 1 stroke. Sung J M, Dan Brown, and Pearson Cootie. He's still out on the course, is 4 under through 15. All right, there you go. A little golf update for you. All right, now we get into some baseball when we come back. Baseball returns tonight. We have a handful of transactions to catch you up on. The Royals getting closer to returning back to the K to take on San Diego Padres. That is Friday night. That series begins Friday night at 7:10, and we will update you on what you need to know about them. Some debuts coming up. The A's are calling up one of their prospects with a cool nickname. I'm sure you recall that particular guy. And we'll talk about that coming up here in just a little bit. Also, we have the Truck Stuff Twitter question that comes your way at the end of hour number 1. And the subject today of the Twitter question is the city of Wichita. What do you call it? For those of you that live here, or even if you don't, what do you call Wichita? We'll talk about that coming up here in a while. Grind My Gears, 1 o'clock. And then Jamie Bluma about an hour from right now. He is brought to you by CBD American Shaman in Derby and in Wichita. We'll talk All-Star Game with Jamie Bluma, not only about the Big League All-Star Game and what he thought of it, but he has been an All-Star before. So we'll get his thoughts on going to the All-Star Game. So a little baseball talk with Jamie Bluma, courtesy of CBD American Shaman, Wichita and Derby. IOJY. I'm old Jack Young at the end of the show, July 16 version, as we are on the backside of July. And again, a little bit later on, a reminder, Wind Surge Baseball not back until Friday, but we'll have that for you from Arkansas at 6:50 for the pregame and 7:05 from the first pitch, an abbreviated 3-game series down in Arkansas before the Wind Surge come back home. Then next week, we have all kinds of stuff for you as far as play-by-play is concerned, including the basketball tournament play-by-play. We'll have the KU alumni team taking on the K-State alumni team in Bramlage coming up on Tuesday. We'll have that for you here on the air at 7:45 with the opening tap of TBT between those two at 8 o'clock. And then, of course, you Shocker fans and Aftershocks fans know that the Aftershocks will take on the Enchantment on Monday. So TBT back at Charles Koch Arena on Monday. And then they'll play again on Thursday. That's next week. Looking ahead down the road just a little bit. But that's what we got coming up for you. As usual, in late July, we'll have just a smattering of basketball because the basketball tournament is back in Wichita. And the Aftershocks will be defending their title, trying to win back-to-back years and win their share of $2 million this year. So we look forward to that. And we look forward to talking to some players, some coaches, all those involved, and bringing you actual play-by-play between the KU alumni team and the K-State alumni team as well. All right, when we return, baseball is almost back. What should we be looking for? I'll tell you next, 12:20.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
I have been talking to you about Booth Creek Wagyu for quite some time now, and it's something that I'm not sure how I ever lived without. The quality of beef, regardless of what you get, is second to none. They say elevate your beef with Booth Creek Wagyu at 21st and Webb. It really is an elevation, and it turns any meal into an occasion when you use Booth Creek Wagyu. When you're talking about a steak, whether it's a ribeye, a Denver, a sirloin, or strip, the cuts of meats and flavors are unmatched. They also have ground beef, so you can have burgers. They also have hot dogs, so you can grill burgers and dogs. just elevate it with Booth Creek Wagyu. In addition, they have 25% off frozen chuck roasts right now at 21st and Webb, and 25% off KC strip loins. So head on by, ask Jeannie about those specials, the 25% off specials. Tell them ESPN Wichita sent you. And tomorrow, they have Rubens on special while they last. That's right. They are serving up lunch specials as they do every Friday. And tomorrow's special will be Rubens while they last. They're going to go quick. So make sure you get there. If you don't have any plans for lunch and you've never had taken advantage of the Friday lunch special at Booth Creek Wagyu, treat yourself. They're having Rubens tomorrow, 21st and Webb, or go to boothcreekwagyu.com for more. Ask for Jeannie. Tell them ESPN Wichita sent you.
Westwood One Sports presents his World Soccer Update, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Doesn't always happen where the greats go out on top. Lionel Messi has a chance. Here's Westwood One soccer analyst Jamie Watson.
The romantic in me wants to see Lionel Messi holding a trophy again and lifting back-to-back World Cup titles, and then we can completely stop the discussion of, is Messi better than Ronaldo or any other player, because the discussion would be over right then and there.
He's got the most World Cup career goals with 21, and he assisted on both of Argentina's goals in yesterday's come-from-behind 2-1 victory over England, and now he has the most assists also. Standing in the way of a storybook Messi finish, Spain, defending European champs, ranked number 2 in the world. Spain's path to the World Cup final has been much easier. They've outscored the opposition 13-1. John Stashower, Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
We ride to clear our heads, to feel the road beneath us. It's not just a hobby. It's a part of who we are. We also know how quickly things can change. One careless driver and life looks different. At Prochaska Law, we're not just lawyers. We are riders too. We understand what you're facing, and we'll ride with you every step of the way. This month, give riders the space and the respect we all deserve.
Truck owners, Toppers Plus Truck and RV is stocked with the tonneau cover for you. Protect your truck bed and valuables with a locking truck lid. Choose from hard, soft, folding, or retractable covers. Toppers Plus has top brands including Lear, Backflip, Undercover, X-Tang, Roll and Lock, Retracts, and more. Work or play, make your truck work for you. Visit our huge showroom at 333 Northwest Street or toppersplusks.com.
Make your truck work for you.
The Summer Ball Showdown is back and better than ever. The Summer Ball Showdown, presented by Portalite Pitching Mounds, is the nation's largest and only national baseball tournament that connects college, prep, and adult baseball teams to compete for a purse in one division to be crowned national champions. You can be a part of the action as well by signing up for the Wiffle Ball Tournament, the Home Run Derby, watch fireworks, and so much more. Catch the action at Genesis Sports Complex, July 29th through August 2nd. It's the Summer Ball Showdown.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
3rd and goal from the 5. Dak from the gun. Drops back, flushed out. He's going to run left. And Dak Prescott waltzes in for the Cowboys touchdown.
Dallas Cowboys football can be heard right here. Go Cowboys.
Wichita's 100,000-watt powerhouse. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
co-founders of Deep Purple, dead day. John Lord died at the age of 71 on this day, but he co-founded Deep Purple, who's pretty impactful throughout the course of rock and roll history. Shane and Jack back with you here on a Thursday. Again, a little bit later on tonight. It's Overtime, the best of, coming your way at 6 o'clock. We got interview with Jamie Bloma coming up an hour from right now, as we do every Thursday. And speaking of Jamie, a little baseball talk now. It was reported yesterday afternoon, I think it was, something like that. Yesterday sometime. Timeline not really important, but it was reported first. I saw first by Jacob Rudner. He's a reporter for Baseball America, and he had a story up on college baseball using ABS. They're going to roll out the challenge system as early as 2027. It's on the docket, and it looks like it's imminent for programs that are equipped for it. Rule changes coming on an experimental basis, in 2027. And looking more and more like college baseball is taking a bit of a step towards Major League Baseball when it comes to technology, capability, and things like that. We really didn't talk about it too much at the time because we weren't exactly locked into the SEC tournament, but they used the ABS challenge system at the SEC tournament in Hoover. And honestly, I didn't hear too much about it one way or another. But when it comes to everybody being able to, if they got TrackMan, for example, and they got the technology and they can review it in a timely manner, like Major League Baseball's challenge system has gone, then at least it'll be expeditious in the time that it takes. I'm not exactly sure if I'm completely sold on college kids, not to challenge their intelligence or their judgment of the strike zone, but I guess I kind of am. I don't know if this is a good idea, Jack, for college baseball. This is just knee jerk, so I'm going to have to dive in a little bit more. And assuming that there aren't any, like little hidden gems in here when it comes to what the oversight committee is approving and expecting to implement in 2027. But it could be used in any game where the tech is available that includes TrackMan, and it still requires a little bit more rubber stamping for college baseball to use ABS. Do you care one way or the other that move the needle for you at all? I think this is taking it a step too far. How about AA first before you let college kids challenge? And if it's like the big leagues and you only get a couple and you have to get them right to retain them, that'll be an interesting strategy where how the managers allow their players to use these challenges. I don't think everybody in college is quite ready for this.
Maybe not. And I do believe it needs to be across every single level in minor league baseball. I mean, ABS is the future of Major League Baseball. And if it's going to be there, then players need to start figuring out how to use it, when to use it, and what moments really warrant challenging something. Now, I'd imagine the good college coaches out there, they're going to sit down the team and say, all right, we have the ABS challenge. We've got 2 of them. Let's not just burn through them as we see it in the major leagues, where sometimes in the first inning, you've got a big leaguer who's cocky enough to challenge twice and win at bat and lose both of them.
Seen it before. Yeah.
Yeah. At the college level, I doubt we're going to see that. I bet it's going to be used very sparingly. And I bet there's only a handful of hitters on the team that will get the green light of, hey, if you really believe that was a ball or that was a strike, you go ahead and tap your helmet. And
I think the catchers would have free reign, don't you? They know what strikes look like, maybe more than the hitter does.
Yeah, but it's also going to be a learning process. Like I see this being good for college baseball because these guys got to know how to do it, right? They got to know how to get comfortable with it. And we've added replay to college baseball, and it's not perfect because you don't have a ton of camera angles. Yeah. And I would say that most college coaches use it willy-nilly. They're not turning to a bench coach to see if they've got a different angle because they don't have it. It's more so of a gut feel and what their first base coach tells them on a bang-bang play at first or what their player tells them at a bang-bang play at the plate. With ABS, I actually believe it's going to be good for the sport long-term because it's been really good for Major League Baseball. It's shown which players have a really good concept of the zone. That boosts that player's value for sure, and it also exposes some really, really terrible umpires that are bad at their job. Now, at the big league level, I believe it's also helped out some umpires that are really good at their job and showing, their concept of the zone. But we've seen some college games where you're going, how in the world did he think that was a strike? And that could save a run here.
I've also seen it the other way, though, Jack. It's like, man, this guy needs to start calling strikes or we're going to be here forever,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there needs to be a better pacing of play in college baseball. That to me is what needs to happen next to benefit the sport. And maybe this does hurt that. I don't believe the ABS has hurt Major League Baseball all that
I don't
much.
either.
But yeah, when you watch a college game, I mean, sometimes they go on as long as 4 hours because you got a lot of kids that can't throw strikes. There's a lot of pacing back and
those
forth.
midweek games do when you're not throwing your top line guys for sure. And
and that's not going to change. You can't help that. So to me, it's about getting this thing as close to the big leagues as you can and see if it works out. If this goes poorly, then guess what? Take it away for next year. We can't act like in sports it's never happened before. Remember in the NFL when you could challenge pass interference and then it was almost never overturned and they said, okay, we're not going to do that next year. I could see that being the case in college baseball. If this really hurts the game and it slows it down and it just is a waste of time, then okay, well, let's get rid of it. It was worth a shot. Now we're not going to do it anymore. But we have seen some brutal calls before to end the inning where there was nothing the college kid could do about it. So this is going to have to really test the umpires at the college level. They're not that good to begin with, and we're about to find out just how good or bad they are or are not. And for the players, we're about to see what type of leash they have because I would imagine college coaches are not going to give them free rein.
Here's the other thing, too, that college baseball is unique from professional baseball. And I think we're a little bit spoiled if you watch KU or Wichita State, because generally Dan Fitzgerald and Brian Green, I don't think fall into this category. But those guys, the head coaches are type A. Like if they could challenge, I bet you they would. You know what I mean? Because Tony Vitello, I hate to point fingers, but when he was at Tennessee, the game that Tennessee played was almost as much about him as it was about his team. And that's not meant to take anything away from Tennessee's teams because they're ultra talented and very good. But if you've watched any college baseball at all, those head coaches are maybe they're the biggest control freaks that I've ever seen in coaching across any level, any sport. College baseball coaches, man, they want to control everything about the practices, which I understand that, managing the team, making their themselves, whether they intend to or not, part of the game. They call offensive timeouts far too often. I think they're allowed to, so they're doing what is in the rules. So that part I get, but I think it's interesting that the players are the ones that have been empowered. If all the rules are the same all the way across the board from the big leagues down to the ABS college thing, that the head coaches don't get to tap their helmets, at least as far as I know. That's going to be up to their players. And I would side with Jack on this to be like, good for the players, good for them. They need to start figuring this out and determining when I should challenge, when I shouldn't. Like I said, my knee jerk is it's not a great idea, but we'll see if it's pushed through and ironed out and Wichita State would fall in that category. They've got all the tech out there at Eck. They've got the TrackMan and everything else. So it'd be interesting to watch a game where these kids are allowed to challenge balls and strikes like they do at the big league level. Oh, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that Rock Chalowski, the number 1 overall pick of the White Sox, has signed. He set a record for the biggest signing bonus, and it wasn't even slot value. It was a little bit of a bargain, if you want to call it that, for the White Sox. He signed for a little over $10 million, the highest signing bonus in draft history. Numbers 2 through 8 have not signed yet, and that includes the Royals' first-round pick, who we have been speculating, will he sign for less than pick value? Because it's a, money-saving signability type thing. We'll find out in due time, but I'm a little bit surprised that Chalowski, the number 1 pick, has signed, and 2 through 8 haven't fallen in line yet. 9 has signed. The Braves' first-round pick, vastly under slot value, about half of what he could have got, I guess, for the pick value. And this happens here and there, but the Braves save a lot of money by signing AJ Gracia for $3.9 million, basically $4 million. The pick value at number 9 was $6.675 million. So they signed Gracia under slot, the outfielder from Virginia. But Drew Burress, Jack's boy from Georgia Tech, he went 8th. Eric Booth Jr., the high school kid, went 7th. And of course, the Royals took Zion Rose. Derek Curiel, the outfielder from LSU, went 5. Jackson Flora, my guy, the pitcher from Santa Barbara, went 4. And Vaughn Lackey, Twins pick, number 3. And Grady Emerson, the high school shortstop. None of those guys have signed yet, unless they did it today. But there have just been some sporadic first rounders. There have been quite a few second, third, and fourth rounders that have signed. You can follow Jim Callis on Twitter, our good friend and MLB insider, writes for MLB Pipeline. He's been posting on Twitter a lot of the guys that have signed. One of them, first rounder that's signed, is a Missouri Valley Conference guy. Failed to mention this at the time. Outfielder from Indiana State named Carter Beck. He won the Joe Carter Baseball Player of the Year in the Missouri Valley this year. Hit 346. He went 26th overall to the Braves, and he signed for under slot value again. That number 9 pick went to the Braves, and Carter Beck, the outfielder from Indiana State, was about $1 million under slot. He still got $2.69 million, the kid from Indiana State. So there have been a few that have signed, but a lot of first rounders still unsigned, and they've got a couple more weeks before they have to sign those guys. The A's have called up Tommy White, their number 7 prospect, Tommy Tanks, as he was known in college. Source tells MLB.com. They've also called up a right-handed pitcher, their number 27 prospect. But White expected to make his MLB debut at Sutter Health Park against the Nationals on Friday. He's hitting .303 with an 818 OPS through 76 games this season. He started the year in Double-A and then eventually made it to Triple-A. He was the number 40 overall pick out of LSU. And I believe he was at NC State before that, transferred to LSU. Tommy Tanks, 23-year-old, has hit 24 homers in 194 minor league games. So get our first look in the big leagues at Tommy Tanks. Also, Jaden Fielder, son of Prince and grandson of Cecil, has been acquired by the Houston Astros. They made a trade, the Astros did, and that involved Lance McCullers Jr., and also they sent a Triple-A lefty named Colton Gordon to the Brewers. And in exchange, Jaden Fielder, son of former All-Star slugger Prince Fielder and grandson of Cecil Fielder, former Japanese great and Tiger great, was traded to the Astros as part of the deal. And he'll report to Single-A Fayetteville in Houston's farm system. So it'll be a while since we see another fielder in the big leagues, if we ever do. But that was a transaction of note of some fairly important names. Tommy Tanks and another fielder is in Pro Ball. When it comes to the Royals, of course, they on Friday will entertain San Diego. And the Padres are even Steven. They're 48-48. And it looks like the Royals will go with Seth Lugo to lead things off in that series. 3-6 with a 4.56 ERA, looking to turn around a pretty lackluster year for him. Always seems like he has a bad inning that he manages to keep from turning into a disastrous inning, but very, very rarely, and this is kind of off the top of my head a little bit, Jack, doesn't it seem like he never just cruises through 6 innings anymore? Like, it's laborious, and there's at least a couple of pitches that he can't locate of his however many you think he has. What's the difference between last year and this year? Just baseball? Or do you pinpoint it on something else? Because his command just seems like it's been a little off.
Yeah, the command's been off, and the stuff isn't good enough that when you are missing, when you are putting the ball in a good spot, it's easy to hit. We've seen it with a couple guys in the bullpen as well. We can play the game of, hey, that's actually a good location. It's just a good swing on it. And, yes, you can use that. But guess what? If you put a ball in a really good spot at 96 compared to 89, the likelihood of a big league hitter doing damage with that 89-mile-an-hour fastball is much higher than 96. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Matt Strom, right? Sliders up in the zone. It's not a good location, but when it's 3 or 4 inches above the zone, it's not even a strike, and they club it out to left field. They'll say, well, that's actually not a bad – well, when you're throwing 75-mile-an-hour cement mixers,
right,
it's going to get crushed by big league hitters, and that's what you're seeing with Seth Lugo. In 2024, there were a couple of times he could hit 95 with that fastball, and that made all of his other pitches that much better. You see that slow curve that he uses, or the 9 to 10 different pitches. But when you throw 90 miles an hour with your fastball, it's easier to identify a pitch that's now at 80 or 78 or 77. When he was having that 20-mile-an-hour difference, I liken it to what Yu Darvish used to be able to do. Yu Darvish could throw 97, 98, and then he'd have that 70-mile-an-hour slow curve that was throwing everybody off. That's what made Seth Lugo so good. It's what the Royals miscalculated when they gave him that contract. And I even miscalculated. I said, well, Seth Lugo's not built on velocity. He's built on command, and he's built on utilizing a variety of different pitches. Well, velocity still matters there. And velocity is kind of the way that you have a lot of success in the rotation in 2026. So this is across Major League Baseball. We can long for the days of Greg Maddux and, hey, you're just locating well at 88 to 90 miles an hour. It doesn't work anymore. You got to be able to throw to be a successful big league starter, somebody that's top of baseball, you got to be throwing at minimum 95 miles an hour.
Well, and if you don't, you need the strike zone of the 1990s. And not to discredit Greg Maddux, because I'm sure he would have adjusted fine if he pitched now. But you're getting 4 or 5 inches off the plate. And if you prove that you can hit that spot over and over, and these guys are big leaguers, so I'm sure that was kind of the plan. Yeah, the pitcher-friendly umpire behind the dish, that's how you got away with it. Otherwise, you have to come over the plate. Like, you want to make Tom Glavine throw strikes over and over and over again? He's probably not a Hall of Famer. Not to take anything away from him, which sounds like kind of I am. But to your point, if you're only throwing 90, 91, you better not visit the middle of the plate very often. And in the 80s and 90s, sometimes pitchers didn't throw it over the plate at all.
No. I mean, you adjust to the current way, the current landscape of what the league is telling you. And in today's game, it has burned the Royals. And I would say that even the last couple of years, you've seen it only get tougher for big league pitching to be developed, because a lot of these guys that come up throwing 92 to 93, it's not they're going to be bad big league arms, that you still can have success. You just have to have other things that work well for you. If you're going to throw 92 to 93, you got to have a buzzsaw of a curveball. You got to have a slider that's like a Frisbee. You got to have a changeup that just drops off the table like nobody else has in the game, because that's going to make up for your below average fastball. Even if you have great command, we're in a day and age now, Shane, where guys are throwing 98 with excellent command.
Right.
That was unheard of 20 years ago. If you threw 98, you were effectively wild. You were somebody that you didn't want to stand in the box against. Nowadays, everybody's got it.
Yep.
I mean, if you're throwing the fact that 98 to 99 doesn't even raise anybody's eyebrows anymore, that's how hard it is to be a good pitcher throwing 92 to 93. And Seth Lugo's at 89 to 90. Michael Walker's been able to hit 95, 96 a couple of times, but he's usually sitting around 92, 93.
Cameron doesn't throw very hard.
Cameron's 90 to 91. Luinder Avila throws really hard, but he doesn't have much command to work with. And Stephen Kolek's around 90 to 92 as well. The Royals have to change that in the offseason. They have to go out there and find guys that throw hard. And throwing hard, that's why I always chuckle at the stupid quote of, I don't care how hard you throw ball 4. Well, I care how hard you throw. We'll work with your command.
Right.
We'll work with your 97 that you got there and your 92-mile-an-hour slider. Any coincidence that someone like Steven Cruz is able to get by with some spotty command? It works against my argument when you bring up Lucas Arcega, who can throw 97 to 98, but he hasn't been that effective. But it's why you take chances on guys that throw hard, because you can work with that. That's become the way of the game now. It's far more enticing than somebody that throws 89 miles an hour and doesn't have the sharpest command in the world.
Yeah, pitching's fascinating now more than ever. That's for sure. And we'll see if the Royals figure it out. They have a TBA on the next couple of games after Friday, although they're not alone in that. A lot of big league clubs trying to figure out who they're going to pitch when, but it looks like Lugo is going to pitch on Friday night as Royals and Padres will crank up the quote-unquote second half of the season. Post All-Star break, first game, Friday night, 7:10. We'll talk about it next week and see if the Royals can get on a little run here, or if it's just going to be a long, hot summer up at the Cape. When we return, do a couple things. We'll talk about the Aftershocks roster that has been released to the public. We'll talk about that. And also we'll talk about Wichita, what you call it. That's the Twitter question, brought to you by Truck Stuff. That is coming your way next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
America's turning 250, and we're celebrating all month long at Midwest Kia with our Stars, Stripes, and Savings sales event. Save on every new Kia that's built in America, including the Sorrento, Telluride, and more. Plus, when you purchase any vehicle, you'll get a $250 gas gift card. Visit MidwestKia.com. And remember,
We want to see ya in a Midwest Kia.
the Sorrento and Optima GDI, select trim levels only, are assembled in the United States from U.S. and globally sourced parts. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st.
Celebrate America's 250th birthday at Crosswinds Casino. This July, play your favorite slots for a chance to win up to $300 in wins play. Join us every Thursday from 5 to 9 p.m., where one winner will be drawn every 30 minutes. And if you have the Crosswinds Casino app, you'll receive an additional $25 in wins play. Plus, on Sundays in July, swipe your club's wins card and get your 5 times entry accelerator. Crosswinds Casino. So close, so fun, so patriotic.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
It's the 23rd annual Kansas City Zoo Run, and this year, we're soaring into an adventure like never before. Join us on Saturday, September 19th for a wild time to support the Hornbills. Whether you're participating in the 4-mile run or enjoying the 1-mile family fun run walk, there's something for everyone. Every participant scores a colorful Hornbill Finisher's Medal, plus a cool tee from Go X Apparel. And don't forget, free race day admission to the Kansas City Zoo is included. Claim your spot for September 19th by visiting kansascityzoorun.org to register or volunteer today.
Kansas summers can be unpredictable. That's why now is the perfect time to make sure your roof is ready. At AR Roofing in Wichita, their experienced team specializes in storm damage inspections, roof repairs, and complete roof replacements. They'll give you an honest assessment and help you protect your home before minor issues turn into major headaches. Get the confidence that comes from knowing AR Roofing and visit arroofing.com. AR Roofing, excellence tailored to you.
Ready to order.
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Have you ever met a girl that you tried to date? For a year to make love, she wanted you to wait. Let me tell you a story of my situation. I was talking to this girl from the U.S. nation. The way that I met her was on tour at a concert.
R.I.P. Biz Marquis, dead day. For that big dude, just a friend was one of his biggies. Time now for the Truck Stuff Twitter question, plus a little bit of Aftershocks talk as their rosters rounded into form. It was announced recently who would be coming back to Charles Koch Arena for the Aftershocks to try to defend their crown. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, if you need to gear up your truck, go to Truck Stuff, your one-stop shop for truck accessories, parts, and upgrades. From rugged bed covers to powerful performance tools, they have everything to make your ride tougher and more stylish. Visit them at 427 North Washington, basically on the corner of Central and Washington here in Wichita, or go to truckstuffks.com. This has to do with the city of Wichita. And if you're familiar with it, do you live here, used to live here, don't live here anymore, or whatever, you are more than qualified to answer this question on Twitter at ESPN Wichita, or X, if you want to call it that. Wichita people, this one's for you. What do you call Wichita? Doodah, the ICT, Cowtown, or Air Capital? Those are all legitimate Wichita nicknames. And so what do you call? I suppose I should have just included Wichita. But if you call it something else, what is it? Doodah, the ICT, Cowtown, or the Air Capital? All right, at ESPN Wichita, check that out. Go out and vote, repost, be a dear, and help us out, will you? So the TBT is coming back to Charles Koch Arena. Monday is the first game. It's a new format too, a best of 3 series that begins on Monday between the Aftershocks and the Enchantment, the Wichita State alumni and the New Mexico alumni. We'll start with big news from, I think it is anyway, big news from the Enchantment, because New Mexico, even though this guy transferred to UCLA, had Donovan Dent on its roster for a while, but he will no longer be able to play because he's looking for an additional year of NCAA eligibility. So in some ways, if you know anything about Donovan Dent and his game, Aftershocks would appear to dodge a bullet on that one. But when it comes to the Aftershocks roster, they were made official and announced that was earlier today, actually this morning. Yeah, it came out. And a lot of familiar names be organized by former Shocker Zach Bush, who was here in the mid-2000 teens. And we'll do our very best, by the way, to get a hold of either him or a player or both on this show or the Pulse with Pat coming up tomorrow as we get closer to the Monday game. But this is the squad that Zach Bush and others will be presiding over. We told you about Corey Washington. He's a late add and in essence replaced Dexter Dennis, who will no longer be on the team due to different obligations. It was first reported he was hurt, and the actual release says no longer able to join the team due to professional obligations. So no Donovan Dent, no Dexter Dennis. Corey Washington, Chauncey Jenkins will make his return to Charles Koch Arena, along with some other returners from the Aftershocks: Trey Wade, Marcus McDuffie, Connor Frankamp, Rashard Kelly, Marcus Santos Silva, the VCU and Texas Tech guy. He's coming back. James Woodard is coming back. And Mo Udeze, who played here in the late 2000 teens, early 2020s. He's going to be on the team. So their post players, it looks like, will be Udeze, maybe Trey Wade, and Santos Silva, who I thought did a pretty good job. Played on the Aftershocks last year, the non-WSU alum. They'll also be joined by Marcus Keene and OJ Peterson, who's from VMI. So those are your Aftershocks as they will try to go back-to-back. They'll play the Enchantment, New Mexico alumni team, Monday, Thursday, and then again on Friday if necessary. It's a best of 3 this year. And the winner of that will take on the winner of the KU alumni team. They take on Purple Rain, the K-State alumni team. So the winner of that, if Wichita State's alumni team wins, they'll host again. And the winner of the Jayhawks alumni team and the Wildcats alumni team, they'll come here if the Aftershocks win. And the first game in that series begins Tuesday at 8 o'clock. KU alumni versus Purple Rain. And you can hear that right here on the channel. 7:45 with the coverage starting with our very own Pat Strathman. So TBT on our air starting on Tuesday. And the day before at Charles Koch Arena, the Aftershocks will put their title on the line and try to go back-to-back as they take on the Enchantment. Speaking of defending champion Aftershocks, combine new and old WSU alumni for this year's New Look TBT. And the Wichita State alums will host the Enchantment as part of the Best of 3 series on the road to TBT's now $2 million prize. Mo Udeze leads the pack and the returning core of Shocker legends Connor Frankamp, Rashard Kelly, Marcus McDuffie. Playing at Charles Koch Arena starting on Monday, July 20th. More games, bigger prizes, and new faces for this year's Aftershocks and TBT. Get your tickets now at tbthoops.com or the Wichita State box office, or text us. And we got a 4-pack of tickets. If you want to go watch the Aftershocks, just text us, Aftershocks, 316-666-2285. So shoot us a text if you want to watch the Aftershocks. Got a 4-pack of tickets for you, 316-666-2285. And just text us the words Aftershocks. It can be 2 words. I don't care. I'm not going to be too critical of that. You want to go? Text Aftershocks, 666-2285. When we return, Jack and I will tell you what grinds our gears. GMG coming up next.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ Newton.
Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the 154th Open Championship, sponsored by Kohl's. Show off your team pride with tees, hats, tumblers, and more at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. This must be nice. Roll up to your first career round at the Open, and by the end of it, you've got the clubhouse lead. Jackson Suber from Tampa lights up Royal Birkdale for a 5 under 65, including an eagle at the par 5 17th. It's just his third major start. Sung J.M., Dan Brown, and Pearson Cootie are 4 under, 1 back. Cootie, the only one still on the course. The grandson of former Masters champion Charles Cootie, has 2 holes to go. Bryson DeChambeau, Colin Morikawa, and Cameron Young among those at 3 under, 2 back. Defending champ Scotty Scheffler starts with a 2 under 68. He's 3 off the lead. And Rory McIlroy's putter is ice cold. He is 3 over through 12. McIlroy is 8 back. I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Kohl's knows summer comes with a few family debates, like what's the best ice cream flavor, or who gets the good pool noodle. But when it comes to Kohl's summer outfits, everyone's in agreement. They're comfy, they're cool, they're stylish. And the best part, they're 20% off. Make the season a little easier with looks your whole family will sign off on at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, offer ends July 19th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At Century, understanding starts with taking a seat, talking face to face, getting to know your business firsthand, diving into details, seeing risk from every angle, becoming experts in your business, and crafting coverage that really makes a difference. So save us a seat. We've got work to do. Property and casualty coverages are underwritten by a member of the Century Insurance Group, Stevens Point, Wisconsin. For a complete listing of companies, visit Century.com. Policies, coverages, benefits, and discounts are not available in all states. See policy for complete coverage details.
Hey guys, Sean Kellerman here with Kansas Nation. Be sure you're locked into KansasNation.com all week. Rock Chalk Sports, 4 to 6 p.m. each day, where Daniel Courtwright and I talk all things KU. We preview Jayhawk football opponents for the 2026 season and hear opinions on all things KU from people in the Lawrence community, including Henry Greenstein from the Lawrence Journal-World and Shreyas Latta from the Kansas City Star. It's Rock Chalk Sports with Sean Kellerman and Daniel Courtwright on KansasNation.com. Check us out live on Facebook and YouTube as well. Kansas Nation, your spot for all things KU.
All right, team, heads up. Whether you're stepping up to the plate, hitting the court, or just taking on your day, confidence matters, and nothing boosts your confidence like a strong, healthy smile. At Cambridge Family Dentistry, they deliver all-star care for the whole family, from routine cleanings to cosmetic treatments, helping you look and feel your best every single day. Don't sit on the sidelines with your smile. Cambridge Family Dentistry, your hometown team for a winning smile. Schedule your appointment today at CambridgeFamilyDentist.com.
Brian Adams. Roll with the Punches Tour 2026. A night full of hits. Live at Intrust Bank Arena, Saturday, July 25th. With special guest Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo. Get tickets now at selectaseat.com.
Mark your calendar for Saturday, July 25th, 3 to 5:30 p.m. and join us for a wine and cheese day featuring incredible Oregon wines hand-selected after our recent Willamette Valley adventure, perfectly paired with artisan cheeses from our local friends at Wichita Wagyu. It's a free come-and-go tasting you won't want to miss. Plus, we've got even more tastings, special events, and exclusive things happening all summer long. Stop by Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple or visit auburnspirits.com to see our full events calendar. Auburn Spirits, where we celebrate local, discover something new, and make every gathering a little more memorable.
Happy birthday, Stuart Copeland, drummer for the Police. Hey, shoot us a text and let us know what grinds your gears, won't you? 316-666-2285. That's the next segment. GMG, we call it. What bothers us? What bugs us? What's our pet peeve? What gets under our skin? It could be sports. It could be otherwise. So we kind of roll with it here on Thursdays. Again, this is in lieu of our pick segment. We're getting closer to that. And what we'll do later on this summer, when we get closer to the beginning of the college football season, and of course, NFL after that, yours truly, Jack Johnson, and we'll invite Jackson Schneider into the fold. So we will all make picks, and that will come your way I don't know, August sometime when we get a little closer to week 0 and week 1 and the NFL season, when it's on the horizon, you can look forward to the pick segment yet again. But until then, we will let you know what is a burr under our saddles. Mine came up just the other day, and I wish I would have made more of note of it, Jack, of who said it and who they were talking about. But the term semi-pro grinds my gears. You're either paid to do what you do or you're not. There's nothing semi about a pro. And this is reserved sometimes. I don't want to sit up here on my holier than thou throne and throw everybody in under the same bus. But a lot of times I heard the term semi-pro reserved for minor league baseball players. Like they're not, and this is, I'm paraphrasing here through the eyes of the uninitiated, they weren't in the big leagues, so they weren't in the pros. They didn't make the pros yet, but they're semi-pro. And that's not the only time I've heard it, but semi-pro, can you define that for me and make it make sense, Jack? Because I don't think you can. You're either a professional athlete in this case, or you're doing it for free. So semi-pro doesn't work for me.
No, I mean, it doesn't work for me either.
Okay. Didn't know if I was missing
you're
something.
a pro.
Yeah.
No, I believe in that.
Okay. Well, that bothers me. One other thing that bothers me, and I'll keep it professional, I'll keep it sports related, and I try not to fall victim to this because I do a lot of stuff on ESPN Plus. This has to do with baseball. I'll reserve it for baseball because it's more true in baseball than any other sport, pretty sure. And that is talking about momentum in baseball. And my antenna goes up every time I hear somebody talk about it. And I've heard Jack talk about it every once in a while, but I don't bust his chops. Momentum in baseball does not exist. There's no such thing as it. And I think when they get guilty of talking about momentum in baseball, it's usually talking about the team just scored a couple of runs, so go out, put up a 0, keep the momentum going, et cetera, et cetera. Or if the team won a game or two and played well in doing it, oftentimes in the post game, the analyst will say something like, well, it'll be not HUD, for example. Let's say HUD is doing the post game and him and Joel are talking, and he'll say something like, hopefully the Royals can keep the momentum rolling into tomorrow. Momentum can be squelched like that. And all it takes is the other guy's starting pitcher. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of role you're on offensively. If, for example, tomorrow's starting pitcher is Garrett Cole, it doesn't matter how much perceived momentum that you have. And this goes back to the age-old thing that momentum is only, what is it? How exactly should I put it? I forget the actual phrase. Momentum's only as good as the guy you run out on the bump. Like, you can just completely wreck the other team's winning streak, high OPS, whatever it is. If you throw a gem, there's nothing nothing the other team can do about it. Doesn't matter. Momentum doesn't exist. Basketball and football, I could see that a little bit more. But because baseball is so unique, and that when you're on offense, you are oftentimes helpless because of the opposing pitcher. That's why it kind of, like I said, doesn't bother me as much as a semi-pro thing, but my antenna goes up whenever somebody talks about, hey, this team's got a little momentum when they're talking about baseball. Jack, what grinds your gears? Take it away.
The one I will probably start with is a sports-related thing, and it was in regards to college football. And we're about to approach that time again, as you just brought up. We're going to be getting back to Pick Six, and our very own Jackson Schneider will be joining us, and we'll see who comes out on top this year. But it's always rubbed me the wrong way for people that get up in arms about where college game day locations are.
Ooh.
Like I see so many people, and it's usually around here, that bitch and complain that, oh my gosh, they're going back to Athens, and they're going back to Knoxville, and they're going back to Tuscaloosa. Yet what do you do anyway? You watch it. You watch college game day. And, look, the SEC can be annoying from time to time, like pushing the narrative of, it's SEC bias and this and that. But are we so against the SEC and so blind that we can't acknowledge it is the best conference in college football, and they usually have the best games every single weekend? I mean, damn, from weeks 5 through, what would it be? Just 12, 13, 14. There's a top 10 versus top 10 matchup in the SEC. And what do those stadiums have? Well, Shane, they have sellouts.
Mm-hmm.
What do those teams and programs have? Well, Shane, they have tradition. And forgive me if I don't really care to see some different campus of a unranked team versus an unranked team, because we've never been there before. Now, there are really cool locations. I loved it when they went to Appalachian State.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Yeah.
And they're set up in a gorgeous venue, and you have Luke Combs coming on, and he's got a whiskey Coke in his Stanley Cup, and he's talking college football, and it was awesome. But you know why that was awesome? Because Appalachian State is a really cool campus. They're damn near in the mountains. I mean, their venue is incredible. It's appealing to the eye, to the human eye, when you turn on the TV and go, wow.
That overhead shot?
Gorgeous.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, it's gorgeous. But forgive me if I don't care that your school, who's ranked 19th or 20th, is not hosting college game day because you just deserve it. And hey, come on, why don't they pay attention to us? Because you go based on the nationwide viewers here. We all understand this, Shane. We work in media, now not on the TV side of things, but it's about ratings. Yeah, you might have a team who's got a good story. Hell, my school had college game day when they were undefeated, and the only reason they were on college game day is because KU was the worst Division I football program for 15 years, or 10 years, at minimum 10 years. And they were undefeated, and TCU was undefeated, and they picked a location there. And yeah, I loved it. Would I have been furious if that same weekend it was Alabama, Georgia at Athens? Well, if it was 1 versus 3, then you can't complain too much. And that, to me, is what always shocks me a little bit about people. I'm like, well, we're all going to be watching that game later. I'll be watching Texas and Ohio State. Am I mad?
Stop you right there. Let's think about this. Texas, Oklahoma is probably reserved, right? They're going to have that.
Ohio State, Michigan.
Ohio State, Michigan. You probably could very easily do the outdoor cocktail party in Jacksonville. What is that? Florida and Georgia? Is that the combo that plays?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
There's 4, that we got to go there.
LSU Ole Miss will be this year too.
And
that's
somebody
awesome.
and if we get 1 versus 2, we're going to go there. All right. So there's half the year right there.
Yeah. Like, look, let's just be adults about this. You can get college game day if your team is really good or you have a really cool story. If you don't have either of those things, then you shouldn't be complaining because you've never gotten one, right? That's the way this works. And yeah, some of those teams, they get 2 college game days, right? But they're top 5 in the nation, right? And you look at the scenes they have. Like when we watch a college football Saturday in Athens or Gainesville or Oxford or Baton Rouge, like it's football is gospel there. They're showing up there, and they know that, like, LSU this year is probably going to have more than a couple of college game days because Lane Kiffin's there, and it's LSU. And, like, we just have to acknowledge that and understand that. And if you want to be up in arms about it, I've always believed this the same way, because one of my grinding my gears before was the people that come to you and say, hey, guess what? I'm not watching anymore. I'm not going to I'm not going to spend money and go to their games because they make me so mad. Then don't do it. Shut up and don't watch.
Right.
Shut up and don't go to the
Don't
games.
tell me
I
you're
don't
not
care.
going to. Just don't.
Because
Yeah.
we know what you're doing. You're watching. You're still watching. We know that. So for College game day, if you're complaining about the locations, okay, don't watch. Wait for your team. Go trim the hedges. Go water the flowers. Go to Home Depot, and then wait for your team's kickoff. Nobody cares if you don't like. I turn on College game
Does anybody
day.
really? I'll ask you. You sound like you watch it. Do you go wire to wire? Like you?
No.
Okay.
Gosh,
good.
No.
Good.
No. I turn it on because I'm either out there grilling in the morning or I'm doing stuff around the house, and it's just background noise.
Just on in the back. Okay.
And then when they do the picks at the end, I'm like, if my team's got a big game, I'd like to see what they're saying about this. Every time I'm visiting my buddies, like we have it on at the house, the Airbnb. It's like it's just something that's on there. But the people, like, if you can have a legitimate gripe, and that's maybe what I'll add in here, because I believe there are scenarios where it's really we're going there just because they're two traditional programs. We've got a really good story for this game. Like, I've totally understood that before, where you have like some Cinderella story. I remember the year that TCU was undefeated. And if you have TCU going undefeated and they were playing Texas, which I believe they did have game day that year. If they didn't go there, then, yeah, you'd have a gripe about it if they went back to Alabama and Auburn for the Iron Bowl, right? But again, like there's never been a game day, Shane, where I've said, how in the world did they pick that? That makes no sense whatsoever. Every time they pick it, it's usually a top 25 battle where it's going to be wire to wire, where you've got animosity on both sides. You've got the coaching storylines. You've got maybe the previous year an upset happened, and now they're coming back to play this game again. Those things all matter, and it's driven by ratings. They know people are going to watch that game. They know it.
You know when people
They
get
know
pissed, like Midwesterners, for example.
Yeah.
Like if they're at Harvard and Yale, which they've done that a time or two, or if they go to North Dakota State, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And not their
I get
school.
that too, but they've done that a few times. They also had I believe they had a college game day, or maybe it was a big noon kickoff where they were at Jackson State or Grambling or something like that. And look, every once in a while, I believe that's totally fine to go way off the beaten path and you find a college venue. But to me, if you're going to do that, let's make it cool, right? Are you picking a campus that has a gorgeous setup that is going to draw the viewer in, and you're going to want to stay in for a couple of segments? They've got awesome storylines about, this school had no money and their facilities were terrible, and now putting them on the big screen, it's going to only add more revenue. Those things matter, of course. But I don't get it when people get upset at the production. And I've had my gripes about productions before at ESPN and doing it a certain way, but you can't fault them when they picked the game that everybody's going to watch. Everybody's going to watch the Georgia-Alabama game. Everybody's going to watch Tennessee versus somebody. Everybody's going to watch Ohio State and Michigan. And it amazes me how many people, you can hate the SEC. You can hate those teams in the SEC bias. We watch their games, don't we? Because they have, I've said it before on air, the Big 12 conference is not that enticing to the nation. If you were to put BYU and Utah in there, now
Big 10 is more so than the Big 12
Big
is.
Absolutely, because you still have a top dog that can win the national championship, multiple, in fact. The Big 12 right now doesn't really have that true national title contender. It was Tech. Then Tech got spanked on national television by Oregon, who wasn't even close to winning.
And
the
you
Big
got
10,
those
right?
gigantic alumni pockets from all those Big 10 schools. They're thousands
doubt.
upon thousands of people. Yeah.
I've got a good buddy who graduated from TCU. He's a big TCU fan. If later this year they were to have Texas Tech undefeated and TCU undefeated, and they neglected them and said, we're not going there for college game day because that same week, I don't even know if those two teams play, but we're using this for the hypothetical.
Yeah.
And they went to Ohio State, Indiana, or they went to LSU in Florida or something like that. It would depend on what the rankings were. If you had Tech at number 5 in the nation and TCU was 6 and LSU was 7 and Florida was unranked, then you could have a gripe about that for sure. You could say we got the Texas history there. You got two conference rivals. It wouldn't shock me, though, if you had the rest of the nation going, well, I don't really care about Texas Tech
because it's not Texas or Texas A&M. It just happens to be two schools in Texas,
Exactly. And that these are the things that in those board meetings, it happens.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say you never have an argument. It's not what I'm getting at here. It's the people that they stomp their feet and they scream and they yell that their team has never had a college game day, when either A, they haven't really had the tradition to entice the viewer to see them have college game day, or their team's not that great or has a great storyline to begin with, right? Like, we in the Midwest, we probably experience it more than anybody, because I would say with our college teams, there's always been this sense of being overlooked, the flyover states, and hey, they never come and give us college game day, or they give us the time of day. Like, I would say, I've got a couple of K-State buddies that when KU hosted college game day, it's like, this is ridiculous. We actually had many good teams for years and didn't get a game day, but you get one season where you start winning and then you get game day. And I always respond with, it's because we were a laughing stock. If we were just bad and you're like 3-9, 4-8, 5-7, 4-8, like, no, they wouldn't have given out the storyline, because they wouldn't have been the worst Division I program. And K-State does know about that, but game day wasn't a thing back when K-State was the bottom of the Big Eight, and then Bill Snyder comes in and turns them around. Otherwise, they absolutely would have had it. But I've got Iowa State buddies, too, that get up in arms about it. Like, oh, why don't they bring it to, Ames for Iowa State and Iowa?
Yeah.
I've got all these buddies from different schools that complain about this. And every time I tell them, are you still watching? Do you
Plus,
really
it's
care
not
that
equal
much?
opportunity. These are business decisions.
Look, let's all be adults here.
Yeah.
We know it's about ratings. We know that our teams aren't going to matter as much as those SEC teams to the national eye. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy your Saturday. It doesn't mean you can't enjoy college game day. Most of the time, Shane, and I'm sure you're the same way, that when you flip on the TV, you're like, where are they at again? And if it wasn't for the two helmets right in front of the podium, you wouldn't know. You try to look, you're squinting and trying to see what T-shirts they're repping, but then you got different flags that are flying in the crowd, and people are repping different jerseys. You don't always know. And to me, what I care about is, well, what are the segments? What are they talking about? How are the interviews? What's the atmosphere like? What is the build up to this game? They always put on a great show. Have you ever been really disappointed with what the game day crew has done?
No, it's pretty fascinating. They're good at what they do.
You can do if you're really mad about it. Why don't you just go over to Fox and watch Big Noon Kickoff?
Yeah, have fun with that.
You've got a variety of options. My grinding my gears is more so about stop letting those things grind your gears.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled to having their opinion and have their emotions run wild about certain things, but I just never cared that much about it. Like, yeah, it's really cool. It's cool for a weekend. What matters at the end of the day to me is the same thing I talked about in our last GMG. All I care about is they win. Like the game day experience that KU had, very much lessened because they lost that football game. They would have won it. It would have been awesome. Big Noon Kickoff for Oklahoma. That to me was a better memory than college game day. Why? Because they won the game. But this year, we all know what's coming. SEC versus SEC, Big Ten versus Big Ten. If they overlook you, it's not they hate your school or they're out to get you. It's about ratings. And they know that those games are going to get ratings.
Absolutely. All right. When we return, let's catch up with Jamie Bluma. He's brought to you by American Shaman, Wichita American Shaman Derby. Check out Jeff and the gang at either location. Pat was just out there the other day. American Shaman, life is better with the feather. Jamie on the other side next.
You're listening to the Shane Dennis Show on ESPN Wichita.
Westwood One Sports presents its World Soccer Update, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Insurance makes bundling home and auto easy. Learn more at Progressive.com. On the one hand, there's Argentina's amazing ability to come from behind, pull games out, score when they need to at the end. On the other hand, you can't help but wonder, can they keep doing this? They've done it now 4 straight games. Here's Westwood One soccer analyst Jamie Watson.
Argentina has this belief every time that they step on the field that they are going to win this match. And at no point does that confidence ever waver. I'm watching a team that genuinely believes they can achieve the highest heights. That's just an X factor that you cannot overcome if you're an opponent.
It's happened now to Cape Verde, Egypt, Switzerland, and England. But keep in mind, Spain has only allowed 1 goal in this World Cup. Spain plays Argentina on Sunday. John Stashower, Westwood One Sports.
Go ahead, Jamie.
Okay.
Here she comes! Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
The Sherwin-Williams summer sale is here. Get 30% off select paints and stains or 35% off our newest product, Emerald Symmetry, July 17th through the 27th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Go Hog Wild Pet Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you.
Asking my favorite Hog Wild menu item would be like asking who is your favorite child. It's impossible. While I love all of our award-winning barbecue options, I've got a real soft spot for the Carolina pulled pork sandwich. Hi, I'm Josh Wissing, Hog Wild partner and general manager at 47th and South Broadway. I love turning customers onto the Carolina pulled pork sandwich. We serve our tender, slow-smoked pulled pork on a soft bun and pile it high with tangy coleslaw. There's nothing else on the menu like it. The added bonus, you still get to have a side dish like curly fries or baked beans. When you're craving familiar, but in the mood for something new, Hog Wild's Carolina pulled pork sandwich is the answer.
Order online at GoHogWild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, 6 locations in Wichita, also in Derby, El Dorado, Hutchinson, and Salina.
Go Hog Wild Pit Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you. But don't be late, we close at 8.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them. They have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
After thousands of votes, our 2026 honorary ESPYs winners have been revealed. Congratulations to our high school male athlete of the year, Manny Myers of Mulvane. High school female athlete of the year, Destiny Mays of Heights. High school team of the year, Mays Wrestling. And high school coach of the year, Tyler Gonzalez of Mays Wrestling. Our honorary ESPYs are presented by Prochaska Law, You Build at Wichita, Eaton Roofing and Exteriors, Broad Stroke, and the YMCA. Thanks to everyone for being a part of the honorary ESPYs, only on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. All right, welcome back. It's time now for Jamie Bluma. He's brought to you by American Shaman Wichita, American Shaman Derby. Life is better with the feather. We'll talk about the All-Star game coming up here in just a little bit, but how about, you talk about missing our window. How about all these young guys signing extensions for oodles and gobs of money? Chase Burns is the very latest 7-year extension for $105 million for that flame-throwing guy that was in college just yesterday, it seems like.
That's the first pitcher that they've done it. I get it with the middle infielders with high upside and can play shortstop, second base, third base. But it's good to see a young controllable starting pitcher get one of those deals. That's really refreshing. And on that note too, how about the signing bonuses for first rounders? And just to look at the breakdown on, I mean, you can go all the way down, and I don't even know, $1 million might be a third. I'll have to look at the breakdown of the slot numbers on how far down in what round you can still sign and get $1 million, which is awesome. I mean, that's good for the players, good for the amateur guys that are grinding it out in college and getting an opportunity. And Rock Chalowski, and draft is always a fun time, as you well know. And back to the days when there used to be unlimited rounds back in the day. Thus, Mike Piazza going in the 63rd.
Yeah, and when you talk about the unlimited rounds, some people don't realize that when a team was done drafting, like that was it. They just passed, and everybody else, you want to keep drafting, go right ahead. But that has been pared down to 20. The sad part of what you were talking about, the flip side of what you were just talking about, though, with the slot being $1 million or more for dozens and dozens of players, it's too bad. And I don't know if you saw this or not, that 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th rounders that are seniors in college, some things never change.
$500.
Yep.
I saw a couple guys yesterday signed for $500. So there you have it. Hey, you know what, though? They're getting a chance to go play professional baseball and make all the money at the end.
That's true. And that's what all the scouts will remind you of, too. I'm sure that rhetoric has been the same.
Right.
Hey, the real money's, the big money's in the big league. So wait till you get there. And then, then that's when the money starts coming in. All right. The All-Star game itself, it was a pitcher's duel. The American League won it 4-0. And really the most exciting parts about the All-Star game was in between innings, really, or before the game when they signed their names on the lineup card, and then the fireworks and that sort of thing, a nod to the Sandlot. I thought there were a lot of things that were done quite well, as I said on Monday or whatever day it was, the post, maybe Wednesday, after the All-Star game, that I thought Major League Baseball did pretty well, or whoever deserves to take the bows. But the game itself, probably not very memorable in that it was 4-0. Was it satisfying to you at all, the game itself?
It was. It's just amazing to see the volume of relievers that maybe you haven't even heard of that are having good years to come in, like Varland from the Blue Jays that's having an amazing year, and some of the other guys that maybe don't get their just due because, they're not on the forefront, that we talk about every single day. Obviously the superstars and all that kind of stuff. But I think they said there were 36 new All-Stars this year in the game. I thought it was intriguing that Shea Langoliers and Dylan Cease agreed to both be mic'd up.
That was cool. I like that.
I thought that was cool. I mean, and sometimes it cannot be cool if the guy that said yes doesn't really say anything. But Dylan Cease was awesome. Like, let's go with the slider here, and all that. That was pretty neat. I mean, I know that maybe purists balk at that a little bit, but that's where the game is. Nowadays with in-game interviews in the dugout and that kind of thing, and PCA being, talking to him about what ballparks he likes. It's really fun when those guys actually get a play while it's happening, and it can happen in real time. And that's what was cool about the Dylan Cease thing, because you got to kind of peek behind the curtain a little bit about what those guys are thinking. And you know what? He's the guy that's leading, or pretty damn close to being the league leader in strikeouts, and goes out there and strikes out the side with 4 different pitches. And that was the highlight for me, for sure.
If it's an exhibition, there's nothing wrong with that. Spring training games and All-Star games, both exhibitions. I think it's a tremendous idea, and I think baseball is doing it right. Speaking of All-Star games, have you ever made an All-Star team, or were you an All-Star? Where, and did you like it? Walk us through that.
Yeah. So actually back in 95 in AA, there was 2 different ones. They had the normal AA All-Star game, which I made, which was in Shreveport, Louisiana. So that was fun. I mean, you like the days off, but getting a chance to go hang out with, a group of guys that are going to be in the big leagues here within the next couple of years. It was fun. The Billy Wagners, the Rich Aurelias, and all those different guys that were in the Texas League that year. And also that same year in 95, They did something unique. They did a Mexican League All-Star game versus the Texas League. And so we got to go down to Torreon, Mexico, and play against the Mexican League team. And they put us on a flatbed semi, and we were throwing candy to the kids, and they had a parade. And it was cool, man. You get to see guys and meet guys and reconnect, maybe guys that you had played against in college, you know, the Todd Walkers and the guys that we had hooked it up against with in college, to circle back around. And then that was 95. So I got to do both of those. And then luckily enough in 96, I was pitching well enough before I got called up, that the AAA All-Star game was in Salt Lake City. Lee Stevens, that we both know, Lee Stevens made that team. We were actually playing Oklahoma City at the time. So he and I flew to Salt Lake together. And just the pop in circumstance. One of the really cool things that happened there was Karl Malone and well, actually not Karl Malone, but John Stockton. Since we were playing in Salt Lake, Stockton ended up visiting the locker room and, you know, signed some stuff for us and got to talk to us. And the head coach and the president of the Utah Jazz was kind of the keynote speaker. And I can't remember his name. Heavy set guy.
Frank Layden.
I'll talk, but Frank Layden spoke to our whole group, which was really neat because he had actually come to Wichita at one point at a coaches convention and got to talk to him in Wichita. And then a couple years later, to chat with him about that at the AAA All-Star game. It was fun, man. Some of those things, only so many people get to do those type of things. I was very fortunate back-to-back years to do 3 different ones. And, you know, and all the other things are cool. You get all the cool swag, you get all the extra gear, you get all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, you make relationships that probably continue to this day. I mean, that's some of those guys I still chat with on occasion. We laugh about some of the fun things that we did back in those days. So yeah, the opportunity to make a couple of those, but everybody wants to make the big league All-Star game. That's the goal. But to be able to make any All-Star game was certainly a thrill of my minor league career for sure.
And the big leagues, of course, it's an incentive. I'm sure it's in everybody's contract. If they're an All-Star, they get money for it. But when it comes to the minor leagues, it's just a feather in the cap. And I don't know that is there even an All-Star game anymore anywhere in the minor leagues? I don't think there is there?
I don't even know. I don't know the answer to that. I would maybe ask one of the Wind Surge guys if they do a AA All-Star game.
No, all they get is time off, and that's it. It's a break, and that's it. There's no game.
That's it. I think maybe with the contraction of all the leagues and all that stuff, obviously that's something that's done away with. That's too bad because, I mean, that's just the tip of your cap to the, you know, people on your teams that are doing well and make a little pomp and circumstance out of it and have a game. I know those games are always, you know, televised like on ESPN2 or whatever, and it was somewhere around the big league All-Star game because you weren't going to put that on TV opposite that or anything like that. And speaking what you just said about incentives, I mean, how about some of those guys, including Cags and Jordan Walker? I mean, those guys had a chance to win $1 million in the home run derby, which is probably more than they're making this year
for sure
under some of these contracts and stuff like that. So, I mean, some incentive there. And I like it. I like the little switch that they made to go back to swings instead of time. I always worry about, and I talked about this with Steven and the guys on Tuesday morning, I always worry when dads are throwing BP if the moment isn't too big for the dad.
For them, yeah.
And you end up with somebody that's not able to throw a strike, but those guys actually did a really good job. I know Cags' dad was throwing to him and somebody else, so that was really well done as well, man. I think the keep doing good things. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game is the best of all leagues by far, just because of the way that we can go out and do the one-on-one things and keep doing cool things like that. It was great.
I mentioned this the other day too, not to want to compare and contrast All-Star games because I think it's pretty unanimous that the baseball All-Star game is the one most like a real game as opposed to the Pro Bowl and the NBA All-Star game. But point I brought up, Jamie, is if you don't try, I'm using the word try in air quotes, like sometimes people don't try very hard in the Pro Bowl because they're not really interested in blocking and tackling. Or if you're not really interested in playing defense in the NBA and you let your guy drive by, okay, it's not as big of a deal. It's, nobody really makes a big stink of it. If you don't try in the All-Star game in baseball, you get embarrassed. Like you will absolutely be embarrassed. So the high level of everything in baseball, velocity, command, great stuff. Exit velocity from the hitters, strength, able to go the opposite way. If you're not locked in the baseball all-star game, you will absolutely flat out get embarrassed. So that's what kind of has everybody on high alert in the baseball game.
Well, and that's the great thing about baseball is it really lends itself to be able to do that because of the one-on-one matchups and those kind of things are so unique. Versus and some of the things, with O'Brien, with the pitch getting away from him and hitting Caminero, you don't want to see those things happen. Hopefully, glad to see that he didn't get hurt in the All-Star game. I think we all know, us of this generation. I don't know if Jack Johnson knows when Pete Rose trucked the catcher in an All-Star game years ago and ended up ending that guy's career, I think. So you don't want things like that to happen. It doesn't have to be that intense, but that's exactly right. Go out there and give your best. I love it when Harper was mic'd up and just struck out bad, and he said, "My bad. That was not good, not a good at bat," and stuff like that. So really good, man. 2 thumbs up.
I guess Jamie's done talking. We were done anyway.
No, I lost.
Oh, there you are. There, you're back. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
All right, let's do this properly. Jamie, thank you for joining us. Talk to you later.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there he goes. American Shaman Wichita, American Shaman Derby, bringing you Jamie Bluma every Thursday. Life is better with the feather. When we return, a little I'm old Jack Young next.
The Shane Dennis Show will be right back on ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Looking for quality Kansas land? Join Sungren Realty and Auction on Tuesday, July 21st at 4 p.m. for a live auction of 113.9 acres selling in 2 tracts just south of Newton in Harvey County. These tracts offer productive tillable farm ground, mature timber, a pond, and excellent deer and turkey habitat. The property will sell by the acre with high bidder's choice, and online bidding is available through the Sungren Realty mobile bidding app. The live auction takes place at Sand Creek Event Center in Newton at 4 on July 21st. For more info, go to sungren.com.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Get Upside, the free gas app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Get Upside app?
Yes, up to 25 cents a gallon. Cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Some months I make $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Get Upside app now.
Download the free Get Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play to save up to 25 cents a gallon when you buy gas. Use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents a gallon on your next fill-up. You can cash out anytime to PayPal or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Get Upside app and use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MOVE.
The Summer Ball Showdown is back and better than ever. The Summer Ball Showdown, presented by Portalite Pitching Mounds, is the nation's largest and only national baseball tournament that connects college, prep, and adult baseball teams to compete for a purse in one division to be crowned national champions. You can be a part of the action as well by signing up for the Wiffle Ball Tournament, the Home Run Derby, watch fireworks, and so much more. Catch the action at Genesis Sports Complex, July 29th through August 2nd. It's the Summer Ball Showdown.
What do people with blindness or low vision need to live to the fullest? Just ask them. It's skill development, scientific breakthroughs, knowledge-based jobs, and the same opportunities as everyone else. When you give to Envision, whether it be your time, donations, or your engagement, you make it all possible. That's because at Envision, they don't focus on the disability. They value the ability. They choose not to envision a world without sight, but to envision a world where people who are blind or visually impaired are empowered to reach their full potential. Learn more at envisionus.com.
Wichita's home for the Dallas Cowboys. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
3rd and goal from the 5. Dak from the gun. Drops back, flushed out. He's going to run left. And Dak Prescott waltzes in for the Cowboys touchdown.
Dallas Cowboys football can be heard right here. Go Cowboys.
Wichita's 100,000-watt powerhouse. ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM.
Yeah, girl, been digging on you.
too. Trying to come up with some smooth and waiting on the right time to make my move. But I just can't wait no more. Can't let you slip out that door. Prettiest thing I ever seen before. Got me spinning around. I ain't even on the dance floor. You're singing that morning mist.
Oh, boy. I'm old Jack Young. Cat's here. Pulse is coming up. Just Jordan Davis?
Nope.
Damn.
You've had this guy before.
Thomas Rhett? Really? It's him?
Bingo.
Oh, damn. Isn't Thomas Rhett related to somebody famous?
I think so.
His dad. Is his dad Rhett Akins or something? It's Thomas Rhett's dad. Somebody help me.
All right. Okay. Thomas Rhett, dad.
Yeah.
Red Atkins.
Rag.
Yeah. Kind of a running.
That Ain't My Truck.
Yeah.
And he's co-wrote a lot of Thomas Rhett's biggest chart toppers.
Don't say.
Kind of a running bit between Jamie and I. Speaking of Jamie.
That's a running bit between you and Jamie?
Yeah.
Whose dad is so-and-so? Is that the bit?
No,
Or...
Did you know Thomas Rhett as a famous dad?
Oh.
Play along every time. Oh, yeah? I didn't know that. So does that mean Thomas Rhett's real name is not Thomas Rhett?
It's Thomas Red Atkins Jr.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of going by Thomas Atkins.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I didn't know. That's for real. That's not a bit. I didn't know that. All right. Moving on. Born Day. Born Day today. It's July 16th. Turning 45. Zach Randolph.
Zebo.
You ever play fantasy? You ever play fantasy basketball?
I have not.
I had Zach Randolph a year or two.
How'd it go?
He was pretty useful. It was fun. I don't think I won anything, but I didn't mind it. I didn't mind fantasy basketball. Non-Big Four, Adam Scott.
This be the actor.
No, it's not.
Hey, nice.
Good guess, but no.
Good job.
I don't know another Adam Scott.
Is he the one that hadn't had a carb since 2004? Is that Adam Scott?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Derek.
Yeah, Derek.
That's it.
The one they called
What's
Derek.
this guy's deal? Bonito.
Yeah,
lather this stuff
it's
up.
Considered a trophy fish.
So,
So,
yeah,
it's
kinda big.
pretty big. I'm sorry, I lost my place. Damn it,
Yeah.
Dale.
I was just fishing with the cubes.
Don't blame him.
It was almost too
the
much.
story and perhaps the evening.
Perhaps the evening. Golfer is the correct answer.
All right,
He's an
okay, have to see what the solo.
Australian golfer.
Bow, bow.
So flat.
I stand by. I think he's maybe the best part of the movie, outside of course, the main cast of Will Ferrell. And
No, I think that argument could
John
be
C.
made.
Reilly.
Yeah.
And if you mess with my nut, it's Catalina
Catalina
wine
wine mixer. Yeah. Pow. He's right. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Aaron Glenn, 54.
Well, head coach of the Jets, and boy, that was stupid to take that job. Anybody that takes the Jets job is just, I think, desperate to get a head coaching job, because when has it ever really worked out other than Rex Ryan for a little bit? Since then,
Bill Parcells for a second.
but since Rex Ryan,
No.
yeah, I mean everybody's taking the job. Whether they were
Purgatory.
a great coordinator,
best.
yeah, it is a job that is set up to fail you.
Yeah.
Aaron Glenn was a terrific defensive coordinator for the Lions,
He was
and
a pretty good player, too.
you take that job, and damn,
I feel like there's a understood risk of a
but isn't it amazing?
up
that,
and coming coordinator crap head coaching job. I'll
Yeah,
take it.
And you got to, I mean, yeah, it's a dream scenario, but you're probably hoping every head coaching cycle it's not one of the New York teams that has which is to me baffling that a big market like New York just can't produce or hasn't produced a good football team in a long time. I mean, they won multiple Super Bowls with Eli Manning. The Jets, on the other hand, not so much, but still, it's like everything goes wrong there.
Well, you're right. I'm glad we don't have to
Aaron Rodgers,
care about New
you go
York.
out there and you get hurt first time you drop back.
Well, it's got to be radio gold, though, out there, though.
Oh, my God.
They got to cherish the fact that the teams are always terrible. So
As
they can
long as-
yell at
as
it
long
the
as they're
entire
not-
time.
As long as they're not mediocre. Either be really good or really bad.
I'm sure a lot of people are probably like, oh, hey, the Knicks, they won. Imagine the Knicks were terrible, though.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. They
Well,
were.
they were for a long
Oh,
time.
for a long time, yeah. It's like, oh, it's just talk about the Yankees again and again and again.
Fire Aaron Boone.
That's it. You could just say, all right, I want to open up the callers now. Fire Aaron Boone. I bet you wouldn't have to plan your show for the
No, you wouldn't.
for the 4 hours.
You'd be exhausted by the time it was over, though. Barry Sanders, 58.
Who? Oak State Cowboy.
I'll accept it.
Anything else?
Lion.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, good. We were looking for Wichita, but you're correct on that.
I found out that Okie State
Jack
is very offensive. What I do?
Nothing. Go on.
Just keep going.
No, tell me what I do. What I said was off-putting.
No, you didn't say Wichita. That's all.
Oh, how I'm not supposed to know. You guys are the ones that are down there.
Well, if there was just that little, just like, oh, very nice. Like, just kind of brushing it off. It's like,
Anyway.
hey now.
So what were you going to say?
Okie State. We've called them that more than a few times before. That's considered offensive.
They don't
for
like that.
Oklahoma State. They really do not like
What if
that.
you call them Oklahoma Light? That's what I used to call them.
That's probably even more
Okie Light.
offensive.
Yeah, they don't like that.
No.
Those damn paddles, though. Have you been to a game down there?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. How come Oklahoma State doesn't get charged for?
Because they're not throwing them on the field, dumbasses. Chip Lowmiller, 60.
Is that like Chip Low
No.
Space Miller or
No.
Chip Low Miller?
Lowmiller, one word.
Low Miller is one word.
Mhm.
I'll go basketball.
Oh, he's a kicker.
Dang. Oh,
Saints, Redskins. Yeah.
Chip took off.
You and kickers.
I know.
Match made in heaven.
Can't stop, won't stop. Terry Pendleton, 66.
Kicker.
Not a kicker.
That would be baseball.
Yes. Switch hitting infielder. I didn't realize he's lost a World Series 5 times.
Well, I guess from the time in Atlanta,
Cardinals in
Right.
85.
Cardinals
Lost
in
that one.
85. Braves.
Braves multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Yankees beat
Who
him.
we've been missing there? He was also a Marlin late in his career, but they won that World Series.
But
So he has reached the mountain. Or was he on that team? No, he was.
see, I don't think so.
No. That would have been 2003. That would have no.
Anyway. Gary Anderson, 67.
Baseball.
No, he's a kicker. The
Another
Eagles.
kicker.
Eagles kicker.
Was he good?
Yeah, he was. Jimmy Johnson, 83.
Cowboy head coach.
There you go.
Miami Hurricane.
Yep.
I believe
Okie
coined-
State. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, is he from Wichita?
No, he's from Port Arthur, Texas.
He coined. How about them Cowboys? Did he not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
How about them Dallas Cowboys?
Mm-hmm.
Is when they told him about being in the Hall of Fame, that was very tear-jerking. Remember that?
I do. Now that you bring it up.
One of the better ones.
Troy Aikman even got choked up.
Yeah.
I like how they do that. Again, speaking of, we did College Game Day talk earlier. NFL Sunday on CBS and Fox, to be honest. I think they're both phenomenal leading into the games. I really like what they have to say on matchups.
I would agree with that.
And they've got, so much experience in there. And they actually work. Like, some guys are on panels and you're like, they don't really belong up there. Those guys for years have been really good at breaking down games.
I concur. Born on the State Now Dead, Lee Elia.
Oh, man. Baseball.
Yes. Google Lee Elia rant.
That's right.
Don't do it at work.
It's the Cubs.
Oh, my God.
So good.
It is great.
I knew that was going to ring a bell.
Yep. Nailed it. All right. Treat yourself to that after you're done at work and you have your earbuds in and nobody else can hear it, because Lee Elia cusses up a blue streak. All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a Friday edition, but stick around. Pulse is next.
Bye, Sean.
Bye.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ News.
Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the 154th Open Championship, sponsored by Grainger. With professional-grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Early evening at Royal Birkdale, and winds are dying down again. The last few groups hoping to capitalize. Jackson Suber is the leader at 5 under. How about a 65 in his first ever round at the Open? It's the 4th time a player has shot 65 or better in their Open Championship debut. Sung Jae Im and Dan Brown also in the clubhouse. They're at 4 under, 1 back. Colin Morikawa and Cameron Young among those at 3 under. Those two still on the course. Morikawa 2 holes remaining. Young has 3 to go. Morikawa trying to get up and down for birdie at the par 5 17th. Scotty Scheffler 2 under. Rory McIlroy has not been clean, but he does birdie the 15th. He's now 2 over, 7 back. I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Century, understanding starts with taking a seat, talking face to face, getting to know your business firsthand, diving into details, seeing risk from every angle, becoming experts in your business, and crafting coverage that really makes a difference. So save us a seat. We've got work to do. Property and casualty coverages are underwritten by a member of the Century Insurance Group, Stevens Point, Wisconsin. For a complete listing of companies, visit Century.com. Policies, coverages, benefits, and discounts are not available in all states. See policy for complete coverage details.
ESPN Wichita is the only station getting you ready for college football with exclusive coverage of Big 12 Media Days.
We are standing by here with Colin Klein. You've got your quarterback back. How is he better than he was?
Going back to even recruiting him in high school, his steadiness, his calm, his poise, how competitive he is, all of those things are no different.
Your home for college football and the college football playoff. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Brian Adams. Roll with the Punches Tour 2026. A night full of hits. Live at Intrust Bank Arena, Saturday, July 25th. With special guest Pat Benatar and Neil Gerard, Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. KKGQ News.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. Today marked the first public appearance for LeBron James since he decided to leave the Lakers a little more than 2 weeks ago. During his appearance at FanFest in New York City, the NBA free agent acknowledged the ongoing chatter about his future without revealing where he plans to continue his career. ESPN's Sham Sharania.
I don't know if I'm holding my breath for an announcement this week, but I think as we get into next week, I do think this process is getting closer and closer to the end here. LeBron James has all the information that he needs to make a decision. All the GMs, the owners, the presidents, they've all made their pitch through Rich Paul's agent.
Sean's on the Pat McAfee Show. Leading LeBron contenders, Cavaliers, Heat, 76ers, Warriors, Timberwolves. The NBA is investigating the 4-year, $64 million deal between Gary Trent Jr. and the Bucks for possible salary cap circumvention. Righty Chase Burns, one of the best young pitchers in all of baseball, agreed with the Reds on a 7-year, $105 million extension. Jackson Suber has the lead at the Open Championship at 5 under. Bryson DeChambeau and Colin Morikawa are 2 back. Scotty Scheffler is 3 off the lead.
If you run a small business, you've got to try Gusto. Get unlimited payroll runs and get your payroll taxes filed automatically. Offer health insurance, 401k, and more. Get started for free at gusto.com.
You're listening to The Pulse with Pat Strathman on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Small town, big dreams, and a young boy the age of 15 had a premonition his city would get seen. Now I'm winning, get Sheen in the city of the home of.
What's up, Wichita? Happy Thursday to everyone out there. Hope you are having a terrific day. Certainly a quiet week in the sports world. But hey, that's okay. We still have plenty of other things to get into. Some college football talk here for the day. World Cup final is set. Couple of interviews. Should be a lot of fun here in the next couple of hours. It is The Pulse on Wichita's sports leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Also streaming online at espnwichita.com. When you head to that website, if you're looking for the spot to click on in order to pull up a separate media player, it says listen live, top right corner. You can't miss it. The cool part about that media player, when it does load, you have the ability to listen to podcast as well. If you want to go from listening to something live and switching on over to a podcast, it gives you that capability, which I find very handy. I also think that the ESPN Wichita app is very, very handy. If you haven't downloaded it yet, I would highly recommend you do so, not only because of all the things it gives you, such as listening to live programming, checking out podcasts, the quick way of calling the station, and maybe even the quickest way to text as well, for that matter, in case you forget the text line number. You could also win stuff via the ESPN Wichita app, and there are times where we go on remote somewhere. We go somewhere in this community, and we tell you, hey, swing on by, and all you have to do is just show me you have the app, and you'll win some tickets. That's what we did the other day when we were at CBD American Shaman Wichita. That app can give you some pretty cool prizes. One thing that we have going on right now is a very cool sign that you can win that lights up. It's a Michelob Ultra Team USA sign. All you have to do is just go to the app. There's a banner at the bottom. You click on that, put in your information. I promise you won't be spammed. I promise you that, because we're the only ones who are going to have access to this. And that's how you register. It's free to register. App is free to download. And the event is going on through the World Cup, which means you just have one more match to worry about. Just one more match. So get to it. Don't wait. Sign up today to win that Team USA Michelob Ultra sign that lights up. It would look perfect in your man cave. You also have the ability to stream us. If you have a smart speaker, tell it to tune into ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Something that you could do, because I've learned to do this on some of my smart speakers at the house. You can tell it to open up YouTube, and you can actually video stream the show, because that's what we're doing right now on a couple different platforms. We are video streaming on YouTube. Head on over to the ESPN Wichita 92.3 YouTube channel. And while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button. You can also watch on Facebook and on X. I was checking out some other things that we could do, and maybe we'll be going in some other areas as well. So that way you can have your favorite platform to listen to us here on ESPN Wichita. So many different ways for you to listen to Wichita Sports Leader. I'm Pat Strathman. Producing and contributing to the show, as always, is Jack Johnson. 316-669-4996. That number will be useful if you would like to give us a call and give us your sports takes. You can do it that way. We will give away some Kansas lottery tickets, Kansas City Chiefs scratch tickets. We'll give you that opportunity at some point, so be ready to dial 316-669-4996. You can also win things on the text line number, 316-666-2285. A lot of you were interacting during the Shane Dennis show. Feel free to continue to do that here on the Pulse. Lots of people hopping on board during Grind My Gears. Can't say I blame you. I can throw in a late addition to Grind My Gears. I'll just go ahead and do that right now, I suppose. Jack, when's the last time you've been to a gym? Do you go to the gym regularly? I don't really ask you those questions. Do you go to the gym regularly? Out of curiosity?
I use my apartment gym.
Okay, right on. How often do you go there and the racks are not set up correctly? They're not reset. Does it happen often?
I wouldn't say very often, no.
Okay, well, good for you. Now, I'm sure the apartment complex, you're probably not having as many people, but I got to say, one thing I've noticed over the course of starting this new fitness journey, the amount of people that do not take the time to re-rack. It's a very small thing to do. Takes an additional minute, tops, if that. Just gym etiquette sometimes, y'all. Just remember that when you're working out. Just remember that there are other individuals who are going to that particular place to work out. Just sometimes you got to re-rack, all right? Just takes a second. That's all it takes. So I'll throw my little Grind My Gears in there. It's kind of it's a minor complaint. Just a minor complaint. But that's one thing I've noticed recently. Someone just sent a text, 316-666-2285. It's Adam chiming in already. Special place in HE double hockey sticks for those people, especially if you use the bigger weights. And that's the thing. I do tend to use the bigger weights. I'm not a bodybuilder, all right? I don't do that whatsoever. I don't have that type of body. Plus, I'm getting older. I won't be able to get to that point anyways. But, man, just when you're trying to just grab a couple of plates to warm up and you have to go in a circle for a little bit just to find them, that could be a little annoying for someone who's just trying to get things rolling. So, anyways, I will take a step back now and get back into the main stuff here. Hey, text 316-666-2285. You can interact with us on that way. By the way, on that text line, we'll give you a chance to win $20 to Tinker Barbecue with a burnt end of the hour trivia question here for today. Check out all the good content that we have on social media. We always have a ton that's being put on there on Instagram, on Facebook, on X, on YouTube. Check out all the great content that we have for you on a regular basis. Coming up here in a little bit. So, mentioned yesterday, I had an opportunity to visit with Corey Washington, former Wichita State Shocker, former St. Peter's Peacock. Yes, you heard that correctly. Also a former SMU Mustang. That was the team he most recently played for, but he did have a year in Wichita, and he was one that a lot of people enjoyed. He is a late addition to the Aftershocks roster. And if you want to go check out the complete roster, we talked about it yesterday, but head on over to the TBT website and check it out, I suppose, if you want to get a closer look at who's going to play next week inside Charles Cook Arena. I had a chance to visit with Corey Washington yesterday morning. He, of course, is making his way to Wichita today, much like all the other individuals as well. So Corey Washington, we'll play that interview coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. At the end of the first hour, we do have our final set for the World Cup. We will briefly talk about that. Don't have to spend very long on it since we have all these different World Cup updates that we have courtesy of Westwood One. So we will briefly mention the matchup for the championship coming up here in a little bit. In the second hour, a new feature that's going to happen for a couple of weeks here for the rest of summer, but we're titling it the Sour Performance of the Week. And it's brought to you by our friends at Blind Lemon. And that segment can turn into a grind my gears, I suppose. But mainly, we're going to focus on some of the bad performances, bad stories from this past week. I have two of them. And, Jack, I'm sure you'll have a couple as well to get into. So we'll get to all that coming up at 3:02. Then at 3:25, the honorary ESPYs, we named our winners recently, and we are working feverishly to try and get interviews with all of those individuals. We already talked to one, and that is Avery Johnson, QB1 of the K-State Wildcats. We broke the news to him that he ended up winning the honorary ESPY. Didn't bring the award down with me. Should have. I'm sure he would have appreciated that. But we talked to Avery already, but we got a couple of interviews to get into over the next couple of weeks. One of them being with the High School Male Athlete of the Year, and that would be Manny Myers with Mulvane. Jackson Schneider had a chance to visit with him. It's part of our 92.3 Preps podcast. So we will play that interview for you coming up in the second hour as we continue to put a bow on our honorary ESPYs coverage for 2026. And then at the very end of the show, we'll do the traditional Throwback Thursday. We'll take a look at what transpired on this day in sports history. And we will try to stump Jack a little bit. Rarely does that happen, but that is what we got for you to wrap up a Thursday edition of the Pulse. That's what we got for you today. It is July 16, 2026. Hope you're having a fantastic day. All right, so I was looking at a couple different articles involving college football. I didn't know how many of these articles we would be able to really get into. I got a couple of them that involve KU and K-State, and one that includes both of them, and the reason being is because CBS Sports went ahead and did a list of all 138 FBS coaches, and they were able to come up with hot seat rankings for everyone in college football. And I thought, all right, well, let's take a look at it and see what they have to say about certain coaches. They broke it down by tiers. You have a rating of 0 through 5. 5 means, well, you win or you need to be fired. There are 3 coaches that are in that tier for this year. There are 3 coaches that are in the start improving now mode, which is 4 to 4.99. So you're only talking 6 coaches that feel like they are truly on the hot seat to where they got to win or they're going to be fired. Pressure is mounting. There are 14 coaches that fall between 3 and 3.99. Then you have all good ... for now, which is 23 coaches. The ranking would be from 2 to 2.99, 1 to 1.99. You're safe and secure, and 0 to 0.99 means you're untouchable. And they have all of these guys. I mean, it's impressive to look at just kind of how you look at college football, how many of these guys are truly on the hot seat. And I'm sure some fan bases would argue that the seats would be warmer. And that's why I wanted to really address this, because I think for KU, I'm not trying to start anything here, okay? But for instance, a pure 5 on this list is Mike Norvell of Florida State. He's one of 3 coaches who is firmly in the mode of you better win or you're done. Then you have Maryland's head football coach, Mike Loxley. 4.9 is the ranking there. So, yeah, you should probably win. Bill Belichick of North Carolina, after one season, he's at a 4.1 going into this upcoming year. One of our guys is a South Carolina fan, Shane Beamer, is at a 4.3, and I guarantee you I'll get a text from Zach saying, hold on, 4.3, that thing should be full on 5 as of right now because South Carolina has been disappointing. You have Luke Fickell. That would be the one from last year that we all thought would maybe get the axe, but ultimately didn't. And then there's a guy like Dave Aranda, who is very much at a firm 5 going into this year, in something that I discussed with those down at Big 12 Football Media Days, saying that he's at a 5 for this year. His hot seat is insanely hot as of right now. And his preseason All Big 12, if you look at preseason All Big 12, which doesn't mean anything, but you can look at the position groups and go, all right, that makes sense. That guy's going to be a stud, so on and so forth. Baylor's got one guy in the All Big 12 preseason team, and that guy would be a punter. So I don't know if that's a good thing for Dave Aranda, who's in win-now mode. Colin Klein, of course, of Kansas State, you're not going to have him be higher than a 0.9, and he sits at a 0.4, according to CBS Sports. But I asked this to all those out there who are listening. Again, this is a guy who took over for a program that was dead last in all of college football, at least from a Power 4 standpoint. KU football was at the very bottom of the barrel. KU football was the laughing stock of the Big 12 for many, many years. Lance Leipold gets hired. No longer are they a laughing stock. But you look at last year before, but specifically last year, very much a disappointing season for Kansas. You go into this upcoming season. Yes, you have a brand new football stadium that is on the way. Not complete, but it's in the process of being completed as we speak. You look at the facilities, they've really improved. You've seen the financial backing there. That's all terrific. But you go into this year with a lot of questions for Kansas. Naturally, you're going to have some questions where you don't have your starting quarterback in Jalen Daniels, and you're going with 2 guys who are left unproven in Cole Ballard and Isaiah Marshall. And who knows, maybe they go in another direction. You look on the defensive side of the ball, you didn't see any improvement last year. Lance Leipold last year was sitting at a 1, which is basically he's safe. Everything's fine. According to CBS Sports, for this year, it has been ramped up to a 2.3, which means all good, ... for now. And I just wonder how Kansas fans really view this upcoming season and where the expectations lie for this Kansas team. Because for me, and we've discussed this plenty of times, while I think KU is definitely going to have a little optimistic feeling, is because of Andy Koltnicki coming back. We all know what he can do, but you still got to look at what's in the cupboard. And right now, I look on the defensive side. Has there been enough improvement to really make that a better area for Kansas for this upcoming year with a second-year defensive coordinator in DK McDonald? Look at the offensive line. Is that going to be better here in 2026? Running back-wise, it looks good on paper, but can those guys really produce? Dylan Edwards, we really don't know. And then you have the quarterbacks, and we know all about the QBs there, Cole Ballard and Isaiah Marshall. What are you really going to get? So I just look at this, and again, I'm not saying that the hot seat needs to be warmer, but some of you might be saying that. I don't know. And that's what the text line number is for, 316-666-2285. What really are the expectations going into this year? Once again, Lance Leipold took over, got this program to a point where it was no longer the laughingstock. You have facilities that have been improved drastically, and that's largely because of what he's been able to do. But I am curious to see how certain fans really view Lance Leipold going into this year. I don't think the hot seat number needs to be any higher, just because maybe I look at the Big 12 and realize what Kansas is up against. Not saying that's an excuse to just settle for average, But I do have to take a step back and realize that in the Big 12 Conference that right now the cream of the crop at the very top is BYU. It's Texas Tech. You have those programs that are funneling in money left and right. Okay, you also funneling in money, but is it going to be like a Texas Tech? No, there's just no way that's going to happen. So I just wonder how some people feel about that number for Lance Leipold going into 2026. Jack, I turn to you because I know you're a Kansas guy. You can appreciate all that's been done over the years. So maybe you're in a similar position like me where you see that number of 2.3. That seems about right. But what happens after this year if this is a Kansas team that fails to win, 5 games? 4 games? What would really increase that number, I suppose, in your eyes for 2026? Curious to get your thoughts.
Well, I'd put it at 0 that Lance Leipold's ever fired at
Sure.
KU. I mean, I'm sure that he's closer to retirement than it would be firing. And look, Kansas needs to understand who they are, what the expectations are. And you can have, a high floor, of course. You can have the goal of winning a Big 12 championship, which I'm sure right now, though not many people believe that would be the case, they've got aspirations of getting to Arlington and winning the Big 12. If you're not thinking that way, then you're not doing it the right way in the Big 12. Everybody should believe that they can get hot at the right time and win a conference championship. But I always, I look at all these other teams in college football, and some of them they fire coaches for a really, really ugly stretch when they're an SEC team. And that makes a lot of sense. You've got a ton of money, you got big stadiums, big donors that funnel a lot into football. Kansas has a brand new stadium. Lance Leipold is a big reason that happened in bringing this team out of the basement of all of Division I football. I mean, the records they had, the losing seasons, the winless seasons they had. If Kansas were to go 3-9 or 4-8, you're not firing Lance Leipold because of that. Now, you could get to a position where you say, all right, we'll give you the option here. Either we are going to fire you or you're going to retire. We are going to be moving in a different direction. You give Lance Leipold that opportunity. But he's in his 60s, right? He's not getting any younger. And I already have the opinion that I believe this is his last year, whether KU were to go undefeated or to go winless, right? It's somewhere in that in-between of whatever Kansas churns out. This will be it for him because, he's been coaching for a long, long time. And any Kansas fan that wants him fired, it's very clear you did not live through the era of what 2010 to 2020 was.
Yeah.
I mean, there were times where you said I would take a coach that would win 4 games and I'd give him an extension. That's how bad it got. And it says something that we can talk about Kansas football the last 2 years being 5-7 with multiple games they coughed up late, and you say that's a disappointment. That's a terrible season with all the talent they had. It's not that you settle for that. It's not that you say that's okay and that's what we should expect year in and year out. But these teams oftentimes shoot themselves in the foot when they fire a coach when it wasn't that bad of a run to begin with. Like we look at Penn State firing James Franklin after being in the college football playoffs. My thought was always this: who does Penn State think they are?
Yep.
They're not Ohio State. And yeah, you look at a team in your conference like Indiana that quickly rose to prominence. Well, I mean, Indiana did that by hiring a guy like Curt Cignetti, who, as he said, he wins wherever he goes. And so they clearly believed, well, we're Penn State. We can get anybody out there. We can hire whoever we want to. And for Kansas, it would probably be an enticing job. I believe it'd go to Andy Kotelnicki if Lance Leipold retired.
I agree with you.
But don't get into that mode of, well, anybody would love to be here. So if you fire Lance Leipold, think about how that looks to the rest of college football. It's not okay to go 5-7 at Kansas, where for years you didn't win more than 3 games. You got to understand who you are, and that knowing you're not going to be a perennial national championship winning team year in and year out. You got to start where you're at right now, which is you're back to being a bowl hopeful team year in and year out. And even if it doesn't work out this year, I'd probably say it's more so about the roster than it is about not having the right coach in place. So I don't believe there's any world in which Leipold is fired. I guess if they did go 0-12, you would have to make a choice then. But I would even say Travis Goff would say, okay, we're firing you or you're going to have to retire. Those are your 2 options.
Yeah, and you bring up the point of Andy Kotelnicki. I think you and I both in agreement. with him returning, it just feels like a natural step up for him if Lance Leipold, the deed says, all right, I'm done, and the offense certainly clicks. Because we all know what Andy Kolnicki can do. Didn't work out all that great at Penn State. Was that 100% on him? Was that more so the defense being bad? We can talk about Penn State football for a long, long time. But with Andy Kolnicki back, I think that's really your fallback plan, if you will, if Lance Leipold did indeed decided to call it quits. But I'm with you. Once again, take a look back at the history of KU football. Doesn't mean that you can't want more. And I have that conversation with a boatload of Kansas friends in my circle. Just, well, hold on. So she just stop trying to get more? No. But the way that Kansas football is right now, that floor now all of a sudden is much higher. Doesn't mean that the ceiling is through the roof, but I can tell you the floor is much higher. And ultimately, isn't that kind of where you want to be? To where you're going to be competitive and put yourself in a position to maybe win 5-6 games on a regular basis. See Ashton chiming in a lot on YouTube. Ashton says, my thing is with Leipold, who else are you going to get? Kansas football isn't exactly a prestigious job. I will say, though, that the facilities definitely, again, that should raise your talent pool a little bit as well when it comes to that. That would be my argument there, I suppose. Ashton also says, I'd rather go 5-7 with chances at big wins every year, like at 2024, than go 1-11 with one win against an FCS school. Would I like KU to be better than that? Yes. Leipold's floor is arguably better than any Kansas coach since Mark Mangino's ceiling. I don't think that's wrong at all. Well, hey, we got to run. 316-666-2285. If you want to continue this conversation, feel free to use the text line. Right now, we got to take a break. When we come back, you'll hear from Corey Washington, who is joining the Aftershocks, a late edition. We will get to the bottom of how that went down. Also, did he miss Wichita State last year? We'll get to all that when we come back here on the Pulse.
You're tuned into
I got it from here.
All
right.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Westwood One Sports presents this World Soccer Update, sponsored by Drip Drop. Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration. Find out more at dripdrop.com. Believe it or not, it's been 24 years since the winner of the Golden Boot Award was also on the championship team. That was Ronaldo when Brazil won its record 5th title in 2002. Lionel Messi has a chance to do it this year as Argentina goes for back-to-back titles on Sunday against Spain. Messi has 8 goals, tied for the lead with Kylian Mbappe. France takes on England Saturday in the third-place match. If they finish tied, the tiebreaker is assists. Messi leads in that category 4-3 as he set up both goals late in the second half yesterday in the thrilling comeback win in the semis over England. If the assists end up tied, then it goes to who scored their goals in the fewest minutes. Heading into the weekend, Mbappe has played 6-16 to Messi's 7-12. With this World Soccer Update, Brad Heller, Westwood One Sports.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
Hi, this is Jeremy Huckabee with Janet King of Wichita. Most cleaning companies sell cleaning, but we focus on results. Here's what most people miss. Cleaning isn't complicated. Managing it the right way is. At Janet King, we built systems around accountability, consistency, and making sure your building looks the way it should without you having to think about it. If you're ready to stop dealing with the cleaning issues, let us show you. And if you want your own winning team with Janet King, reach out to us about starting your own franchise. Contact us at janetking.com.
The best barbecue deal in town is at Hog Wild. Right now, Hog Wild is serving up a $5.99 meal that's big on flavor and easy on your wallet. Get a one-meat sandwich, your favorite classic side, and a drink, all for just $5.99. Want brisket? Upgrade to our tender slow-smoked beef brisket for only $1.50 more. Pulled pork, juicy chicken, and hot links. Everything is smoked fresh, made daily, and piled high. This is real barbecue at a price that's hard to beat. When you want big flavor and a big deal, head to Hog Wild for the $5.99 meal deal today. Great food, great price, great barbecue. Join us for lunch or dinner or order online at gohogwild.com. Hog Wild Pit Barbecue, 6 locations in Wichita, also in Derby, El Dorado, Hutchinson, and Salina.
Go Hog Wild Pit Barbecue. Hog Wild, get some for you. But don't be late, we close at 8.
Windy Rock Summer Concert Series presents Get Ready to Party with 24 Karat Magic, the #1 tribute to Bruno Mars, live at Rock and Brews Casino Saturday, August 29th. Experience the energy and hit music you know and love, including favorites like 24 Karat Magic, Uptown Funk, and more at this free outdoor concert event. Doors open at 7 p.m., show starts at 8:30. All ages welcome, and guests 18 and up receive $10 free play. Only at Rock and Brews Casino Bremen, owned by the Caw Nation. I-35 exit 231. Eat, win, rock on.
Hey guys, Sean Kellerman here with Kansas Nation. Be sure you're locked into kansasnation.com all week. Rock Chalk Sports, 4 to 6 p.m. each day, where Daniel Corbett and I talk all things KU. We preview Jayhawk football opponents for the 2026 season and hear opinions on all things KU from people in the Lawrence community, including Henry Greenstein from the Lawrence Journal-World and Trey Slaughter from the Kansas City Star. It's Rock Chalk Sports with Sean Kellerman and Daniel Courtwright on kansasnation.com. Check us out live on Facebook and YouTube as well. Kansas Nation, your spot for all things KU.
Welcome back to the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. I'm Pat Strathman. TBT is just around the corner. The Aftershocks have a best-of-3 series next week when they take on the Enchantment, which is the alumni squad for New Mexico. And a guy who is going to be a part of the squad for the Aftershocks joins us now on the program. A guy who started his career at St. Peter's, had a brief moment in the black and yellow at Wichita State, finished up his career at SMU. But now he's coming back to Wichita to don the black and yellow once again. It is Corey Washington who joins the show. Corey, appreciate you, man. How is everything going?
Appreciate you for having me. Things are great. Just taking things how they are, being where my feet are.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And we definitely touch base on just all the stuff going on in your world. But let's just dive right in and specifically just focus on the Aftershocks. A last-minute change. You get a phone call, I'm assuming from Zach Bush. Maybe it was someone else, but someone calling Corey Washington going, hey, man, we had to shift some things around. We need a guy. You're a perfect guy. You want to hop on board. And obviously you said yes. So how crazy has it been, I guess, in the last, I don't know, probably 3 to 4 days, because this is just popped up out of nowhere. So take me through your process and your thoughts of deciding whether or not you want to join the Aftershocks for this year.
For me, it wasn't really a question. Once I got the text, my mind was already made. I just know that, the atmosphere, the playing with the guys, the great coaching, I just know that this is going to be a good time.
Yeah.
I can't turn that down.
Yeah, man. So you were just, okay, cool, done. Yeah, I don't care. I'll hop on a plane and I'll get my butt to Wichita as fast as possible. Of course, there are a lot of alum on the squad, but you also have guys like Marcus Keene, who is a TBT legend. I'm assuming that probably led into this decision as well, knowing, oh yeah, that's right, they won the entire thing last year. And also, we're trying to win $2 million instead of $1 million. So, yeah, that also helps out a little bit, too. So, what's it like joining this squad that obviously did incredibly well last year by winning the entire thing?
It means a lot. just getting that call, getting that message, and hopefully, producing enough to win games. That's the main thing here is winning, and I feel like I matched just that.
Yeah. How much did you pay attention to the squad last year in their TBT run? You might have been busy. I don't know. You're probably hooping and probably doing some other stuff, so maybe not paying attention. But how locked in were you with their run last year en route to an actual TBT championship?
I was definitely a little busy with practices and everything, but I follow the aftershocks on Instagram, and I still follow Wichita State's athletics. So every time they're great at supporting each other, and every time something would happen, I would definitely get the notification and popping up. So I definitely kept up.
How about the 9,000 plus that they had for the championship inside Charles Koch Arena? Isn't that insane for a TBT game to have 9,000 plus for a title game? Doesn't that sound wild?
Yes, I agree. That sounds insane. But if you seen it, I bet it was better in person.
Yeah, I mean, it was nuts, man. Absolutely incredible. Corey Washington, our guest here on the Pulse and ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM, had a year with Wichita State, finished up his college basketball career at SMU. Certainly had a great year. You also teamed up with a former Shocker and Jerron Pierre Jr. So you two did quite well this past year at SMU. Just take me through the final year for you guys. You made it to the national tournament. You end up facing Miami of Ohio in the first 4 games. But what was this last year like for Corey Washington after being at St. Peter's and then Wichita State?
I feel like it was a great experience, especially playing with the guys that I played with. All good guys, great coaching staff. But I would just say the bond we had was something special, with the guys in the locker room.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nothing close to that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, we'll get to your time at Wichita State here in just a moment, but I do want to go back to your Peacock days. Can we agree that St. Peter's Peacocks, can we agree that that's top 5, one of the top 5 mascots in college athletics? Can we agree?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. We'll agree with that. But, watching your journey at St. Peter's, you're a guy, when you came in to Wichita and came into this program, it was very well documented about your ability to get to the free throw line, being a slasher, being that type of a guy. And you look at the numbers at your St. Peter's days, and you go from not being a three-point shooter to all of a sudden being a three-point shooter. So you go from 1 year not being that guy, and then it changed completely. Take me through your mindset there. Obviously, the goal is to expand your game as much as possible, but what led to that change where you go from, I'm not going to take any threes, to all of a sudden, you know what, I got to stretch my game out a little bit more?
Honestly, it was just trusting my work. I had always put the work in the gym, and I just felt like my game needed to display that, and just trusting my work, having that confidence just to do what I work on.
For sure. And then you get to Wichita State, and you end up gelling and obviously having one year at Wichita State. But take me through just that 1 year. Well, maybe before we get to that point, maybe take me to the moment where you're deciding on where to go, and ultimately you said, I want to be a Shocker. What led to that decision after playing at St. Peter's for a couple of years?
Honestly, I've always been a fan. You could go back to maybe my earlier teenage days when we were making brackets, and I was picking Wichita State to win it all every time. Like, no reason, just a fan. That's one of the reasons.
And you're like, all right, here's the opportunity of a lifetime right here. That's fun. Picking Wichita State on a regular basis. That's hilarious. What was that 1 year like, really, in Wichita?
Could you repeat that again?
Yeah, what was the 1 year like there for you in Wichita?
Oh, no, it was a great experience. Fan love like no other. The community there. Also with the coaching staff that I had, I feel like that was a really good group. I still talk to almost, everybody from the team. So, we're still connected, and I feel like that shows a lot.
Yeah, you don't get that all too often nowadays, especially with the transfer portal and everything like that. You don't normally get that type of connection right off the bat. Corey Washington, our guest here on the Pulse in ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. How challenging of a decision was it to leave Wichita State for you? Obviously, SMU, ACC, you still had an opportunity to go to the national tournament. There are other factors probably involved as well. Probably don't need to go too deep into that. But how challenging was it to make that decision to ultimately go away from a program where you were picking them on a regular basis in the NCAA tournament? So your thoughts on making that challenging decision to go elsewhere?
It was real challenging. Felt like a little disappointing, but I say for the most part that I just feel like letting them down a little bit. The community and how much they look to me. I really wish I can come back. Come back with the aftershocks, but I definitely felt it was a big decision in my life.
Yeah. I mean, there's a variety of reasons to do what you got to do, and you got to do what's best for you. And certainly it paid off in the end by going to SMU and having a good season. How much did you stay locked in, though, to Wichita State this past year and seeing them being a step away from making it to the national tournament? They obviously had the run in the NIT, but they're in the American Conference Championship. You have Kenyon Giles, who's launching bombs left and right, shooting logo threes, and you have a big 7'2" dude in the middle in Will Berg, and you see the development of TJ Williams, Wichita royalty, all that stuff. So how closely did you monitor Wichita State this past year?
Any game that I could have watched at the time, I turned it on. I'm a big supporter of them, and I played with TJ and some of the more guys over there, but we're really close. So anytime I could catch my guys on the TV or catch them on ESPN, I definitely turned them on, and they were really locked in. They were really locked in.
Yeah. Well, speaking of TJ, I mean, how much did you enjoy being around him, knowing that he is from Wichita? With you being so in love with the Shocks, I'm sure he probably just gushed about, hey, go to this spot, probably hooking you up, all that stuff. So what was it like having that moment being around a guy who's from Wichita who knows a little bit more about what it means to don a jersey with the Shocker brand on it?
No, it meant a lot. It definitely meant a lot. Just having him, can guide me around and show me a couple things that I didn't see or didn't know. But it felt a little weird calling on Lil Bro for some fun advice or where to go.
Corey Washington, our guest, he's joining the Aftershocks. Late addition to the Aftershocks roster, but one I think is probably going to be a good fit as you now take this next step and being a part of the basketball tournament. It's a little bit of a different format this year. It's a best of 3 against New Mexico, the Enchantment. Don't have to worry about going to Albuquerque, though, and playing in the Pit. You got to stay in Wichita, which that itself has got to be a dream, an opportunity to potentially face either Jayhawks Hoops, which is the KU alumni squad, or Purple Rain, which is the Kansas State alumni squad. Certainly a unique opportunity there, but you've had a chance to watch the basketball tournament over the years. I think it's not the exact same as what people would think of being college basketball. It's you got pros coming from all over the place. You got guys coming from across the seas to represent a certain university and trying to win $2 million. How do you feel like your game will translate in a setting like this for the basketball tournament where you are going up against pros across the sea and so on and so forth?
I would just say how physical I play and how versatile my game is. It's not really based on, one thing or, it's just based on what's needed and what's needed to win at that. I feel like that can contribute or offer to any organization.
Yeah, and I always feel like with the Aftershocks, the brand is always play D, pull down some rebounds, and just remembering how you operated in your 1 year at Wichita State. I mean, you averaged like eight rebounds a game, and you're a guy who crashed the glass and everything like that. How big of a difference can that make for the team, especially with you being young? You're a younger cat too. Let's talk about that as well. Youth is is definitely a premium in the basketball tournament. No offense to Marcus Keene or Connor Frankamp, but those guys are getting up there in age a little bit. When you got a young cat like yourself, I'm sure you're going to provide all sorts of stuff for the Aftershocks.
No doubt. And one of the main things that I, want to bring to the Aftershocks is definitely energy, having being so young, having that energy, giving the guys props, when I can and just being a good teammate.
Yeah. What has life been like after college basketball now that you're moving forward? I'm sure working hard to continue the not college basketball career, but continuing the basketball career, trying to do all these different things. For those who are listening, an update on Corey Washington. What's Corey Washington up to now here in the summer following his playing time as a college basketball player these last couple of years?
As of right now, just staying in shape, working out every day, just being very, very professional about the next step and being very patient as well. That's one of the main things that I feel like it's a great quality to have, especially in this time nowadays.
Yeah. Patience, it's the hardest thing to get used to, but definitely the work you put in and the patience that you have, it all pays off in the end. So hopefully things go okay, and hopefully that you can continue the blossom and continue to have a very, very long career from a professional basketball standpoint. So, hey, Corey, I appreciate your time, man. I know this is a crazy thing to be put in this type of position, but
you want to go straight to break or go back to you?
The black and yellow once again.
Just
I'm
go
sure
straight to
you'll probably
break,
be
I guess.
hitting
It
up
don't matter.
Some people are here.
Okay.
TJ's probably
I hear
one of
that on
those
Sorrento
individuals
all the
who's probably
time, so
hitting up
why
when you
not?
come on back. So I think the Shocker fans are going to be opening up the arms to you to return. So appreciate your time, man. Safe travels out this way, and best of luck to you in the basketball tournament, okay?
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Appreciate you having me as well.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports fans. The Pulse.
And then do you have that other
ESPN
recorded
Wichita,
interview?
92.3 FM.
Hey, this is Ben Farha.
Yeah, supposedly it was sent
Roofing.
via
The roof over your
OneDrive.
head provides comfort, protection, and peace of
From
mind.
Jackson.
At Farha Roofing, we believe our veterans deserve the same. That's
Okay.
why we're honored to host our
Yeah,
13th
double check.
annual
If
Manny
not,
Myers?
for Veteran
yes.
giveaway. It's a small way to thank those who have given so much in service to our country. Stay tuned as we announce this year's recipient. And remember, nominations for next year's giveaway begin July 1st, 2026. Go to farharoofing.com to submit your application. Farha Roofing, serving our community and honoring those who served us.
Hi, this is Greg at Team W Tire in Park City, inviting you to our Customer Appreciation Open House on Friday, July 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 8100 North Broadway. Come by and meet our team, learn about our services, enjoy free food, and register to win great prizes, including new coolers, a Milwaukee half-inch impact set, a new set of tires, and more. Join us Friday, July 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 8100 North Broadway in Park City. T&W Tire, local people on a service done right.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Mark your calendar for Saturday, July 25th, 3 to 5:30 p.m. and join us for our Wine and Cheese Day featuring incredible Oregon wines hand-selected after our recent Willamette Valley adventure. Perfectly paired with artisan cheeses from our local friends at Wichita Wagyu. It's a free come-and-go tasting you won't want to miss. Plus, we've got even more tastings, special events, and exclusive things happening all summer long. Stop by Auburn Spirits at 13303 West Maple or visit auburnspirits.com to see our full events calendar. Auburn Spirits, where we celebrate local, discover something new, and make every gathering a little more memorable.
Hour number 2 is almost here. Have about, 6 more minutes left before we officially wrap up hour number 1. Hour number 2 features a new segment. We will look at the sour performance of the week. It's brought to you by Blind Lemon. Could be a performance, could just be a bad story. We'll get to all that coming up in hour number 2. 3:25-ish, you'll hear from Manny Myers, our high school male athlete of the year, part of our honorary SB coverage as we try to interview every single individual that is going to take home an award for the honorary SBs. Then at the end of the show, we'll do a Throwback Thursday. And, yeah, that's right. We have giveaways as well coming up in the second hour. One in particular being Kansas Lottery tickets. If you want to win those, be ready to dial 316-669-4996. Speaking of giveaways, let's give you something right now. Burnt end of the hour trivia question brought to you by our friends at Tanker Barbecue, located at 620 West Maple, just around the corner from us. I drove by them for lunch, and they looked absolutely swamped. That's a good thing. And if you haven't tried it yet, what are you waiting on? It's amazing food. Amazing food. They have the traditional stuff that you're looking for. The ribs are amazing. Can't go wrong with the pork belly burn ends. They fed us yesterday on National Hot Dog Day. And Bruce was so kind. He was like, here's a pork belly burn end for every single one of you. And I'm like, you didn't have to do that, but damn, was it good. As well as the Tanker dogs. A hot dog, and on top of the hot dog, we put pulled pork on it. He was cool to come up with a very special item for us, and I think Shane and myself devoured it in a span of, maybe a minute, maybe 2. It was amazing food. They do amazing things. Check out our friends at Tanker Barbecue, located around the corner from us, but open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 until 7 o'clock. Refuel your tank at Tanker Barbecue. Jack, burnt end of the hour trivia question. $20 at Tanker Barbecue. Text your guesses to 316-666-2285. What is the question for the day?
The last 1,000-yard receiver for Kansas was Desmond Briscoe in 2009, where Kansas went 5-7. The question is, how many games that year, there was just 12 of them, did Briscoe have 100 or more yards receiving?
That's a fun one. So 2009, Desmond Briscoe is over 1,000 yards. Out of 12 games, how many times did he have 100 yards or more in that 09 season? 316-666-2285. Send in your guesses to 316-666-2285. If you get it correct, you'll win $20 at Tanker Barbecue. Honestly, just send a guess between 1 and 12. That's all you have to do in order to get this right. Just lob out some guesses. Some of you might be Googling. I just say just go ahead and fire away those guesses. Give me a number between 1 and 12. That's pretty much what we're doing here. 316-666-2285. Desmond Briscoe in 2009 had a 1,000-yard season there for KU. How many games out of 12 did he have 100 yards or more? 316-666-2285. If you get the correct answer, you'll get free food courtesy of Tanker Barbecue. Desmond Briscoe, just a legit dude. There was a question not too long ago, and Jack, I don't know if you were even producing or not. We might have to we need to probably circle back around and talk about that in hour number 2, because there was a fun question, and I told Shane it was a great one. That was an amazing question. How to deal with a KU thing. So we'll talk about that coming up in hour number 2, I think. But text your guesses to 316-666-2285. How many 100-yard games did Desmond Briscoe have in 2009? He was a 1,000-yard receiver out of 12. Give me a number between 1 and 12. And if you pick 1, that would be really impressive. So I would say hover somewhere between 5 and 12. It's like, guess how many fingers I'm holding behind my back. 316-666-2285. All right, real quick, World Cup. We are down to the championship. And boy, was it exciting yesterday. Our intern, Adrian, was to my left as the match was progressing. And Adrian, who's done a great job this summer, Adrian's over here just celebrating. He is just fist pumping. He's leaning back in the chair. He's just reacting because Argentina has, Messi, and he knows exactly what he is doing and what he's all about. The guy can score, but he can also dish up some assists as well. Argentina just continues to be built tough. Now, Spain is the other team they're going to face. And Spain, they were rocky to open up their World Cup run. I'll never forget the first match that they had, but we learned that Cape Verde was pretty darn good. And now here they are, one step away from a World Cup title. We can talk more about it tomorrow, but we are down to just one more match. I mean, I know there's a third place game, but come on, who cares? Hour 2 approaching. Don't go anywhere. More of the Pulse when we return.
Wichita's sports leader. ESPN Wichita.
That was a good one, Jack.
92.3 FM.
Fun question.
KKGQ News.
Yeah, I thought about that one late. Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the 154th Open Championship.
Ooh, we have
Fisher
Open Championship updates
Jackson
too.
Super
All right, I'll
in
keep that in
only
mind.
his second year on tour, and in his first round at the Open, he posts 5 under 65 to take a one-shot lead over Sung Jae Im and Dan Brown. Bryson DeChambeau might be ready to contend at the Open, despite the criticism of Nick Faldo this week. DeChambeau signs for a 3 under 67. He's 2 back, and he enjoyed playing alongside Scotty Scheffler and Tyrrell Hatton.
Yeah, it was a hard-fought battle out there. The wind was switching quite a bit, but it was fun seeing a lot of the fans going at us, and they were rooting for all of us. And it was fun just seeing the ups and downs of the group. But we all played pretty well, so it was a lot of fun. And Iron played it really well and made some good putts and 3-putted once, but that's life.
That was at 18, a 3-putt from 8 feet for a bogey. Speaking of Scotty Scheffler, a ho-hum 2 under 68. He is 3 shots back. I'm Ted Emmerich.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds
And did Jackson do the interview with Manny
Couldn't have
Myers?
said it better
Yes, he did.
myself.
Yep. So I'll have to introduce it.
Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
After thousands of votes, our 2026 honorary ESPYs winners have been revealed. Congratulations to our Small College Male Athlete of the Year, Cavante Baker of Friends. Small College Female Athlete of the Year, Leah Hinkey of Washburn. D1 Male Athlete of the Year, K-State's Avery Johnson. And D1 Female Athlete of the Year, Kinsey Woody of Wichita State. Our honorary ESPYs are presented by Prochaska Law, You Build It Wichita, Eaton Roofing and Exteriors, Broadstroke, and the YMCA. Thanks to everyone for being a part of the honorary ESPYs, only on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
America is turning 250, and we're celebrating all month long at Midwest Kia with our Stars, Stripes, and Savings sales event. Save on every new Kia that's built in America, including the Sorento, Telluride, and more. Plus, when you purchase any vehicle, you'll get a $250 gas gift card. Visit MidwestKia.com. And remember,
We want to see ya in a Midwest Kia.
the Sorento and Optima GDI, select trim levels only, are assembled in the United States from U.S. and globally sourced parts. See dealer for details. Offer ends July 31st.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. LeBron James made his first public comments on his NBA free agency since announcing he was leaving the Lakers. He didn't offer any clues, though, to his thought process on his next team. He did have some fun with fans today about the teams linked to him, said he heard the 76ers, heard the Warriors. They are among the leaders for James, along with the Cavaliers, Heat, and Timberwolves. Minnesota gives him the best chance to win now, believes ESPN's Kendrick Perkins.
They moved the needle for me, especially after them getting LaMelo Ball. When you look at their roster and what they have, LeBron James fits perfect with that starting lineup. He fills that void that they're missing since losing Julius Randle. They have great play that's going to come in off the bench. I love what Jaden McDaniels is going to bring to the table.
The NBA is investigating Gary Trent Jr.'s 4-year deal to re-sign with the Bucks for possible salary cap circumvention. The Reds rewarding righty Chase Burns amid a breakout 2026 season. Burns, one of the best young pitchers in all of baseball, agreed to a 7-year, $105 million extension with Cincinnati, reports ESPN's Jeff Passan.
If you run a small business, you've got to try Gusto. Get unlimited payroll runs and get your payroll taxes filed automatically. Offer health insurance, 401k, and more. Get started for free at gusto.com.
It's just a public service announcement sponsored by Just Blaze and the good folks at Rockefeller Records.
Fellow Americans, it is with the utmost pride and sincerity that I present this recording as a living testament and recollection of history in the making during our generation.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ho, H to the O-V. I used to move snowflakes.
Time to lock back in because we have one more hour to go here on the Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. Streaming in all sorts of places. Boy, do you have a plethora of options to listen to ESPN Wichita. One way you can listen, but also watch. We are video streaming on some different platforms. Head on over to YouTube. If you want to be like Ashton and leave some YouTube comments, you can do that. Facebook and X, we are video streaming on there as well. If you just want to listen, if you have a smart speaker, tell it to tune into ESPN Wichita, 92.3 FM. You can also find us online at espnwichita.com or the ESPN Wichita app. That app can get you some tickets, much like what we saw earlier this week on Tuesday at CBD American Shop in Wichita. 2 people got some tickets to go see Bryan Adams next week. Those are the things that we do. If you have the app, you can win some pretty cool things. You can win a Michelob Ultra Team USA sign. It lights up and everything. It looks beautiful. You have until Sunday to register. It's free to register, free to download the app. It is app exclusive. All you have to do is head on over to the ESPN Wichita app. At the bottom, you will see a little banner. Or in some cases, it'll go from bottom to the top because if you're listening live, it does shift on you. If you want to register, just click on that banner, put in your first and last name plus a cell phone number, tell me you're 21 plus, and that's it. You will not be spammed. But if you win, we will contact you and you will receive an awesome, awesome prize. A Michelob Ultra Team USA sign. We got you. All right. So register now. You have until Sunday, but we're only going to tell you one more time tomorrow, and then that's that. That's it. So download the app today and get to registering. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Pat Strathman. In the producer's chair and contributing to the show is Jack Johnson. 316-669-4996. We will give out some Kansas lottery tickets here in the second hour, specifically Chiefs Kingdom scratch tickets. And if you don't know the difference between all these different scratchers that we have, the Chiefs one, if you are a sports fan, I promise you, you're going to want to win. You're going to want to win those bad boys because second chance drawings are going to help you out. Just saying. So stay tuned. We will hand out those tickets at 316-669-4996. Continue to interact on the text line. Boy, did we have a lot of people guess on that trivia question, and rightfully so. Good question there from Jack Johnson. 316-666-2285 is the number if you want to chime in here for today. Whatever you want to talk about, college football, Heck, NFL, training camp, I don't care. We can do all sorts of things. Just bring up the topic and we'll have some fun. So hit me up, 316-666-2285. Check out all of our work on social media. We have lots of content going out on social media. You'll be seeing a lot of videos here before too long as well. We had a lot of videos from Big 12 football media days. We got some more things going on as well. Make sure to stay up to date on all of your favorite teams. All you have to do is follow us on Facebook, on X, and on Instagram. Some great content coming your way on those social media platforms. All right, coming up here in a little bit, Manny Myers is our high school male athlete of the year. It's part of our honorary ESPYs, officially done. But boy, were they successful. You guys stuffed the boxes with all sorts of votes. So thank you so much for doing that. We'll hear from Manny Myers of Mulvane. Jackson Schneider talked with him, would have been yesterday, as he gears up for another 92.3 Preps podcast. But we also want to use that audio for us because, well, let's be real. We like to hear from our winners on a regular basis. So that's coming your way here in a little bit. At the end of the show, we'll do a typical Throwback Thursday. I will quiz Jack Johnson on what happened on this day in sports history. Before we get to a new segment, it is hour number 2. Happy Hour is officially underway at Twin Peaks. 21st and Rock if you are an East Sider. If you prefer to hang out west, like me, Ridge and Taft, those are the two locations for the coldest beer in town. 29-degree man-sized drafts. It will slap on a day like today. I was looking ahead at the forecast for next week. You might want to make plans to go to Twin Peaks because I see 104 degrees as a high next week a couple different times. So if you want to stay cool, head on over to our friends at Twin Peaks. Get yourself a 29-degree man-sized draft or get yourself something else from their adventurous drink menu, second to none. They also have great food. We'll be going to Twin Peaks in early August. And I can't wait because I will probably have a cheat meal and have some spicy Thai chili wings. And the atmosphere is always great as well at Twin Peaks. Whether it's sports or if you just want to just go chill, Twin Peaks is great. They have the best happy hour in town. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Jack, looks like you were tagged here. I'm curious for your vote. This was a fun question by Shane. 3rd and 12, you need a catch and run to keep the season going. Who you got for KU football? Desmond Briscoe, Steven Sims Jr., which I think is an intriguing one that Shane put on there. Luke Grimm or Kerry Meyer. Luke Grimm ended up winning this, but I'm a little surprised that how many people didn't select Desmond Briscoe. Who did you select? Did you vote in that one? Maybe you didn't. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's Desmond Briscoe in a runaway. He's probably the best
That's what
receiver
I'm thinking
that KU's
too.
ever had in program history. I mean, not only did he have the last 1,000-yard season for Kansas, I believe every year he was at KU, he had a 1,000-yard season.
Yeah, that's
so. Yeah, nobody else comes close on that list for me.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Kerry Meyer, Kerry Meyer, sure, but I still would say, how does Desmond Briscoe not just run away with that? Luke Grimm, recency bias, maybe, and that's where the whole age factor comes into play for Twitter/X because it tends to be a little bit younger. But still, though, Desmond Briscoe should be a runaway first place guy. Also, did you vote on this one too? Of all the KU football coaches, which is your favorite game they coached the Hawks? Mark Mangino against Nebraska, 76-39. The Orange Bowl, 24-21 over Virginia Tech. 40-24 over Colorado. That was a fun one, not with Mark Mangino. You have Lance Leipold, who ends up getting that 57-56 overtime win. I mean, it's easy to go with the Orange Bowl, right? Would you choose anything else? I mean, the Nebraska game, I remember being in attendance for that one, where KU just curb stomped Nebraska, and it was the greatest thing in the world. It was magical. I'll never forget that day.
I mean, kind of like the same answer with Briscoe. I don't know why anybody would not pick the Orange Bowl game. I mean, this is about winning trophies and winning big time games. I don't think it's ever gotten bigger for KU than the Orange Bowl against a top 10 Virginia Tech team. So that by far and away is my
Okay. I get where Shane is coming from. You have to pick some other ones, but I think the ones that he picked, those are probably the ones that you would go with. Now, if you want to be a little bit more old school, feel free, but I thought those were the correct ones. I just have a soft spot for the Nebraska game. Sorry, I know we have a diehard Cornhusker fan on the line. I don't think he probably cares, though, because Nebraska has been a little bit better than Kansas over the years, just a little. Not trying to spark something, listener, just being funny. But that game, it being in attendance, I couldn't believe my eyes what was going on when they just steamrolled Nebraska. Crazy. Those are some good Twitter questions, though. And Shane comes up with those all the time for the Shane Dennis Show. If you ever want to see those Twitter questions, well, follow us on Twitter, ESPN Wichita on X. All right, we have a new segment, and it's kind of a unique one because, well, we're not going to have this forever. It's only going to be for a couple of weeks, but I did want to give our friends at Blind Lemon a little bit more love. And I thought to myself, well, we focus on all the good in sports all the time. We have a player of the week. We have an athlete of the week. We have the honorary ESPYs. Rarely do we have something where you focus on maybe the bad and the negative. Well, this is where the sour performance of the week comes in. It's brought to you by Blind Lemon Hard Lemonade. Are you looking for the official hard lemonade of the summer? Then crack open a Blind Lemon Hard Lemonade from Monster Brewing Company. It's bold, clean, crisp, never too sweet. I know that's a big thing for some of you. Never too sweet, I promise. Just the right kick of flavor with plenty of attitude. Whether you're firing up the grill, hitting the lake, kicking back with friends, Blind Lemon, it's the perfect way to level up your summer. Available now at select retailers near you. They have all sorts of flavors. My personal favorite being the strawberry one, but they have an original lemonade one. If you want the cherry, they have that as well. They have a peach lemonade as well. Check out our friends at Blind Lemon. Head on over to a retailer and get you some. And it's true. I've had it where I've been grilling. I've had it to where I've been, well, not at a lake, but when I'm at a pool, I've done it all. And it hits the spot. I promise you. So I thought about going with a story involving a former Kansas basketball player. Those who have heard the news about LaGerald Vick, I don't think I'm going to go with that. Instead, I will turn to Western Kentucky. Yes, this seems so strange, but this just goes to show you what it's like out there for college football, college athletics, just in general. There's a guy by the name of Victory Vaca. His mom died unexpectedly. 2 months after his mom died unexpectedly, in 3 weeks after he laid her to rest, Victory Vaca received a call from Western Kentucky, the team that he was going to play for in 2026. The news that he received, the Hilltoppers were canceling his scholarship. Vaca is a senior defensive line transfer from Texas Southern. He flew home to grieve after his mom passed on April 2nd. He always planned to return to Western Kentucky for the 2026 season. Why wouldn't you? I understand that it could be traumatic, but his idea was, well, I'm going to play. It's coming up in the fall. I'll be able to play some ball. No big deal. 9 days ahead of his mom's funeral, he received a call from an assistant strength coach. Vaca said that the coach provided a summer workout plan, told Vaca he was expected back in June. And that's very common, where here's a plan. If you're not going to be around, here's a plan. Keep working out. I know you got to grieve. You got to do your stuff. But here's a plan. Get in there, work out, stay strong, so on and so forth. Then came May 26, and a question from his position coach. Where are you? That's not something you receive on a regular basis. The next day, the Western Kentucky Chief of Staff, Travis Taylor, informed Vaca and his agent that the Hilltoppers were moving on. CBS Sports reports often when a player has his aid canceled, he can enter the transfer portal via the NCAA's aid reduction or cancellation exemption. That was the plan for Vaca. However, Western Kentucky processed Vaca as a failure to report. A disciplinary dismissal prevents that exception from being used, leaving him 1 semester away from graduation with no way for him to transfer and use his final season of eligibility. The spring transfer portal being gone, roster cuts aren't, and depending on how a school classifies those departures, NCAA rules can leave athletes with no avenue to continue their careers. Vaca's agent, Jaquan Jefferson, said multiple FBS schools would sign him in a heartbeat if he were to enter the portal. But because Western Kentucky designated him as a failure to report and the NCAA denied his legislative relief waiver, he may be out of options. CBS Sports sent Western Kentucky a list of questions and a request to interview head coach Tyson Helton and athletic director Todd Stewart on Friday. The school declined to comment and made neither Helton nor Stewart available. NCAA also declined to comment on a specific waiver request. Now, Vaca, he says, look, I understand college football is a business. I understand Western Kentucky needs to manage its roster. But he couldn't understand why losing his roster spot also meant losing the chance to transfer somewhere else. And there are some individuals, some programs that are indeed that petty to where, well, you can't play for us, then you're not going to play anywhere else. AKA, we know that you could probably make an impact somewhere else, so we're just going to go ahead and block you. Now, Vaca's been a journeyman in college football terms. He's a 6'3", 335-pound defensive tackle. He played for 4 schools before being picked up by Western Kentucky. The first month or two went well. He did off-season workouts, participated in spring practice. In an exchange between Jefferson, his agent, and Western Kentucky general manager, Zachary Cram, on May 5th that CBS saw a copy of, Cram referred to Vaca's time away in May, suggesting the staff expected Vaca to be away through at least part of the month. So they knew what was going on. Well, the guy, Cram, the general manager, he said, love Victory. He's such a good dude. Had me hurting for him when all that was going down. He definitely handled it way better than I would have. LOL. But, weight is his biggest issue right now. I think he has a role. But he's got to keep changing his body and using his time away in May to stay on track with that. So Western Kentucky basically just said, you know what? We're not going to deal with your weight. We're not going to deal with that. Sucks, man, but we're just going to go ahead and just pull out. Which to me just doesn't seem all that right. Like you are effectively ending someone's career by putting on that tag of, yeah, he's had some disciplinary stuff, failure to report, so boom. Now he's not going to be able to enter the transfer portal. And who the heck knows if he stays at Western Kentucky to try and finish out his college degree. Who the heck knows? But that to me is a little cold, a little heartless. I understand roster management, and he even does too, because you do have roster cuts. Heck, we heard from Chris Kleiman last year, where how many times did he bring up how much he hated the fact that the NCAA decided to go from 120 to 105, but there was really no parameters. There was really no guidelines on how college football would go about doing that. Vaca says he still wants to play football. He wants to get his degree, but those features are very much in jeopardy. According to CBS Sports, the NCAA never called to speak with Vaca during his appeal process. Western Kentucky never explained to his agent why it couldn't release Vaca in a way that allowed them to enter the portal. So now he's stuck in a system that doesn't seem to have an answer for him. And boy, that does not sound all that great. Western Kentucky, I understand you're in a certain spot, but also let's be real too. Hilltoppers, are you really in a position to where you're going to prevent someone? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, how good of a season is it going to be? How impactful is this player? Why do you have to deem him as a failure to report when he knew all this stuff was going on? Sometimes you got to have a little bit of empathy. You got to sympathize with someone, right? Anywho, that would be my Sarah performance of the week. Western Kentucky, just learned that news earlier this week that Victory Vaca, is stuck in this system to where his career is basically over. And Western Kentucky chose to do that a while ago. And we're just now learning of this information. It's not a good look for the Hilltoppers. Not good at all. Jack, sour performance of the week, Netflix, home run derby. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Yeah, you could go with that. Could certainly give it to one of the teams that lost in the World Cup. I guess that'd be France and England. So yeah, heartbreakers for both those teams. Certainly the way that Argentina came back. So if I was to give a sour performance of the week, I'd say England for the final 30 minutes of that match, because they led for a majority, I believe. So I'll give it to them. Is my sour performance of the week,
and not something you want to earn. That's not a title that you really want. You don't really want that to happen. Argentina is Argentina, though. They do have Messi, but man, yeah, England could have played. They played so well, and then just absolutely just crumbled. Just the way it goes. They just crumbled. Well, World Cup coming to a close. Crazy to think that we're almost to the finish line, but hey, it's been a great World Cup, though. I know a lot of those out there who are listening that might not be on board with soccer. I've watched a decent amount, not an absurd amount, but a decent amount. I've been following along throughout the course of the World Cup and following every single step, that's for sure. And there have been some amazing matches. There have been some incredible moments. What's really crazy, look, I know what's going to happen in the next World Cup. You're going to look back and see so many of the names that you're so used to seeing, and you're not going to see them because a lot of them are done. A lot of them have announced this is it. Not going to do that in 4 years. Not going to happen. So that's going to be strange the next time when we have the World Cup. Going to be real strange. All right, coming up next, Jackson Schneider did an interview with Manny Myers for High School Male Athlete of the Year for the honorary ESPYs. We are in the process of tracking down all of our winners. Tyler Gonzalez, I know, is on deck, the Mays wrestling coach. He won Coach of the Year as well as High School Team of the Year. So he'll talk Mays boys wrestling and the dominant performance that they had for the state championships this past year. Still trying to lock down some others. We already talked to Avery Johnson, technically. So we used that already last week. We're in the process of getting a few others as well. Kinsey Woody, Cavante Baker. We'll continue to bring you those interviews as we try to wrap things up here with the honorary ESPYs for 2026. So that conversation, it's part of our 92.3 Preps podcast. Jackson will have the video up and all that lovely stuff at some point. But we will play the interview with our High School Male Athlete of the Year, Manny Myers, when we return here on the Pulse on ESPN Wichita.
The heartbeat of Wichita sports
Thank you.
fans. The Pulse on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
What's up, Wichita? Boy, lots and lots of sun out there. Rain-wise, storm-wise, we haven't had much. Hey, cross your fingers. I think that's a good thing, right? Well, last summer, that wasn't the case in a couple different moments there throughout the course of the summer. One of them featured a massive hailstorm, and my house was absolutely hit hard. Not only did my roof take significant damage, so did my siding, my pergola. If you drove by my house and you saw the siding, you would have been like, who took rocks and threw them at the siding? Because that's what it looked like. So when that happened, I got on the horn and I immediately said, hey, can you help me? To my friends at Eaton Roofing and Exteriors, I put my trust in the leader in the roofing industry. That's why I called Eaton Roofing and Exteriors. They specialize in roof repairs, full roof replacements, siding, gutters, and complete exterior upgrades. And they don't just show up. They show up on time, they communicate clearly, and they treat your home like it's their own. What really sets them apart? Honest inspections, straightforward pricing, no high-pressure sales tactics. As someone called me yesterday, hey, we can do that. No. I trust Eaton because they don't pressure me. They're just experienced professionals helping you make the best decision for your home and your budget. So don't wait until a small issue becomes a major problem. Protect your home. Protect your investment. Call Eaton Roofing and Exteriors today for your free inspection and estimate. Quality work, trusted service, done right the first time. Eaton Roofing and Exteriors, here for the life of your home.
Westwood One Sports presents this World Soccer Update. While Argentina has been playing with fire seemingly the entire World Cup, Spain has allowed just one goal total, 6 clean sheets, including the semifinal win over France 2-0. Now the question is, can they dethrone the defending champs? Here's Westwood One soccer analyst Jamie Watson.
If Spain replicate that performance that they gave against France, there's no doubt in my mind that they will be the world champions and they will beat Argentina. The hard part is replicating that performance because it was so good in that semifinal against France.
In that match, France's first shot on target didn't come until the 81st minute. Meanwhile, both of Argentina's goals came in the 85th minute in stoppage time to beat England in the other semifinal. The final Sunday, 3 Eastern, in MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. With this 2026 World Soccer Update, I'm Brad Heller, Westwood One Sports.
When the moments in your life are too important to miss, you can trust O'Reilly Auto Parts to keep you and your plans on the road. Our professional parts people can test your vehicle's battery and even give it a charge if needed. In most cases, we can install your new battery for free. It's just one of the many services we provide at O'Reilly Auto Parts to ensure life's best moments don't find you stranded.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone. With 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks.
You'll
Stock
like
up
this.
now at dripdrop.com.
Here's a wild
and use promo
stat.
code Radio20 for 20% off your first order.
France
That's
has more
dripdrop.com,
wins at
promo
Gillette
code
Stadium this
Radio20
World Cup
for
than the
20%
Jets
off your
do
first
since
order.
2011.
Dripdrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
Big news, Kansas. Four Seasons RV has opened a brand new They have 2 location wins. in Jets are Hanover. 1-14 Your since trusted RV dealer from Abilene is 2011 now at Gillette even Stadium. closer to Wichita families ready for their next adventure. Whether you're dreaming of weekend lake trips or Oh, cross-country road man, journeys, that's a good Four stat. Seasons Ooh. RV has the travel trailers and fifth wheels
Yeah,
to
that's
get
pretty
you
crazy.
there. Come celebrate the new Andover location. Also, is this of big Four Serbian Seasons going to do RV. anything for Start your KU? next adventure Is he going to today. get cleared? ESPN Wichita listeners can save
I got no
$500 if they mention
Maybe. I mean, you just never know with these
Four
rules now.
Seasons
Yeah.
RV, your Kansas family-owned RV dealership.
Hey, this is Evan at Conradi Insurance. We know every business is different. That's why we take time to actually understand what matters most to you. We work with Kansas businesses and families every day to help protect what matters most. Whether it's business insurance, employee benefits, or personal coverage, our team takes a hands-on approach to finding the right fit for you. Local service, trusted guidance, Conradi Insurance. Local people helping protect Kansas businesses and families. To learn more, visit ConradiInsuranceGroup.com.
Brian Adams. Roll with the Punches Tour 2026. A night full of hits. Live at Intrust Bank Arena, Saturday, July 25th. With special guest Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo. Get tickets now at selectaseat.com.
ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Your radio home of the Kansas Jayhawks, the Wichita Wind Surge, the Dallas Cowboys, the Wichita Open, the college football playoffs, and the national championship, the World Series, the NBA playoffs, the Big 12 championship, and the best coverage of the Chiefs, Royals, Jayhawks, Wildcats, and Shockers. Locally owned and operated. ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM.
Down to the final 30 minutes here for this Thursday edition of The Pulse on Wichita Sports Leader, ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM. Throwback Thursday coming your way here in just a little bit. Right now, though, I want to get to an interview that Jackson Schneider did, would have been yesterday, with our high school male athlete of the year. For those who have missed it, we officially completed our latest edition of the honorary ESPYs. Yes, the ESPYs, the big stage, the national stage. You saw that last night because it's a slow time in sports. Well, we do an honorary ESPYs ourselves, and we do that because we want to honor local people. It's what we do. We stress the importance of community. We are locally owned and operated. That's why we do those things. This is why we do it. We don't just say, yeah, we're local, and then we just stay in our studio the entire time. No, we go out and do some things. We give out awards. Those are the things that we do. And this past summer, the amount of votes that we got, pretty darn good, to say the least. 8 different categories, 9 trophies they hand out. I'll explain why we have a 9th trophy at some point in the near future, but 8 different categories, and we had so many individuals vote for all of these different winners. And if it wasn't for you, the voter, we wouldn't have been able to come up with this list of winners because you all decided it. We didn't pick. You all decided it. Now, this isn't also possible without some great, great sponsors. And this is a perfect time to bring up those partners once again. Prochaska Law, they're always incredible people. You Build at Wichita is probably an OG supporter of the honorary ESPYs, and we love them over that way. Eaton Roofing and Exteriors, you heard me talk about them moments ago. They also care about the community. The YMCA, they're all about the community. I think we all know that. Also brought to you by Broad Stroke. None of this possible without our wonderful partners there for the honorary ESPYs here for 2026. But after getting the winners, now the goal of ours is to talk to every single winner. Had Avery Johnson on last week because of Big 12 football media days, working on getting some more. But Jackson was able to talk to our high school male athlete of the year, Manny Myers of Mulvane. What a year for the Wildcats. And Manny Myers, man, after watching him in the Kansas Shrine Bowl, the guy can do a little bit of everything. Here is Jackson Schneider with Manny Myers, our high school male athlete of the year, part of the 92.3 Preps podcast.
Welcome back here on 92.3 Preps. Jackson Schneider, pleased to be joined by Mulvane's own
12
Manny
minutes here.
Myers, our honorary ESPYs winner for
12:30.
male high school
Awesome.
athlete of the year. Manny, thank you so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. And it was such a cool thing to see you earn the honor because it's one that's voted on by people all over Wichita. Obviously, a lot of folks in Mulvane were very excited to see you as a finalist and got behind you in the voting. How cool was it for you to find out you won that honor, male athlete of the year? That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's such an honor, man. I mean, I knew as a fan voting around the town, and like that just shows about how much Mulvane has cared about me throughout the past 4 years, and I'm very, very blessed to receive this honor.
Yeah, and you've had a heck of a career in multiple sports. You know, great quarterback in the fall, but playing basketball in the winter, and then baseball. Obviously, kind of speaks for itself after this year. You know, finishing with a state title. That's a special run for a high school career to do all the things that you got to do, and to end it that way. How cool was that to win a state title with your buddies and bring a title to Mulvane for what? The first time in like 40 years? That's crazy.
Yeah, it was best moment of my life. I mean, I also got to share it with my twin brothers that will now be seniors. So, I mean, that was just a lifelong dream. And then all my other teammates I've been friends with them for like 13, 14 years. And we always talked about that growing up, and to get it actually done and win a state championship for Mulvane was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I talked to Coach Nelson a couple of weeks ago on this show about winning the state title, and one of the things that he had told me about was the thing that set your team apart this year was just how close you were and the chemistry that you had, and it just kind of carried you further than most teams might go because you've been playing together for so long. What was that like to have a group that you've been playing with for basically your whole life and finally get it to a moment where you're playing for a state title and you get the opportunity to play at a crazy cool stadium and you take advantage, right?
Yeah, it was, like I said, lifelong dream. I mean, growing up, traveling to Kansas City, Oklahoma, Texas with all those dudes, and then all coming to the same high school. I mean, that's pretty crazy for the first part. And then, like, we're all good dudes. I mean, we showed up to practice every day. We knew everyone was going to give it their all every day and compete for one another. And I'll call those dudes brothers for the rest of my life.
Absolutely. And you mentioned playing with your brothers as well. That's got to be a special experience, right? To have siblings on your teams and to, make it a whole family affair. You're all invested in it, but it's also got to be kind of interesting because sometimes you get a little tired of your siblings, right? Like I have siblings and I know that if I spend too much time with them, we kind of bicker and argue, but you go home and you're with your family, then you're at practice and at school with them all the time. How was that, to be with them just so often and to have fun with that?
No, I've been blessed with two amazing brothers. I mean, back when we were younger, we used to have some battles, whether it be one-on-one in the driveway or wiffle ball, but no, I love them to death and they'll always be my best friends.
That's awesome, man. And, talking about getting to share something like that with your teammates is one thing, but to have your whole family involved, I bet that was a special moment too. Cause with your brothers there, and I'm sure your parents and you had family in the stands to enjoy all of that. Just take me through the moment of winning a baseball state championship and you get to just embrace them and kind of soak it all in, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, bottom of the seventh, I'm on the mound and we have 2 outs and our whole town of Mulvane starts to stand on their feet clapping. I'm not going to lie, I got a little nervous. Started the next 2 batters 3-0. But then once that final out happened, I'm like, there was no better feeling to do it for Mulvane, my brothers, my teammates. Just super blessed I was a part of state championship team.
Yeah, that's the special thing. Coach Nelson told me that he wasn't really nervous the whole postseason until there were 2 outs in the 7th. He's like, I don't know what it was, but the last out was the one where the nerves kind of kicked in. But you guys were in a position where you didn't have to sweat too much, right, in that final inning. So did you have the realization like early in this game, like, oh, we can do this. We're going to do this. You just got to keep getting outs?
Yeah, for sure. When we went up 5-4, I think in like the 4th or 5th inning, I'm like, if I just throw strikes, I have an amazing defense behind me, and I know they're going to make plays. And our offense was hot at the time, and I knew we were going to keep scoring. So if I just threw to contact, I knew my defense had my back, and they proved me right.
Now, being a multi-sport guy, I got to ask you, of all your 3 sports, what one was your favorite? Like, is baseball the number one for you, or is football or basketball kind of up there too? Does it just depend?
Yeah, it depends. I mean, there's nothing better than a Friday night football game. It's just a whole different feeling. But I would have to say football is my most memorable, but baseball was for sure my favorite throughout the 4 years.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And I mean, you're moving on to Butler Community College, right, to play baseball. Tell us a little bit about that decision to find the school that's right for you and take that next step.
Yeah, first off, Butler was very patient with me. I told them throughout my senior football season that I wasn't really thinking about college. I wanted to wait until after the season, and they respected my decision. And all 3 or 4 of their coaches, very respectful men, and they just made it feel at home. And it's not too far away from Mulvane, so can't complain about that.
No, you're basically right at home, aren't you? Just, 45 minutes down the road or so, yep. Easy to get home if you have to, and great baseball program as well. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but just this past weekend, a former Butler Grizzly and a Wichita kid got drafted, right?
Mhm.
Paul Schoenfeld was a Bishop Carroll Golden Eagle, and then he started at Butler and then went to a Division II school before going over to West Virginia and playing the College World Series too. But does something like that, a story like that, help kind of cement the decision to go to Butler, knowing that they can help you grow to take another big step and maybe work towards those goals of playing at the highest level?
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of my biggest requirements, is like, I want to develop and see how far this game will take me in life. And I feel like they will provide a great opportunity for me to do that.
Yeah, and you're a guy that you pitched, right? But you played other positions, if memory serves me right here. So what's the plan? Are you going to lean right into pitching, or do you want to kind of do a little of everything and just kind of see?
I'll actually both pitch and play the field and hit for a while and see which one starts to take off, and we'll just go from there.
Yeah, two-way guys pretty valuable. I'm sure they want to see what you can do all over the place, especially being a versatile guy with all the athleticism we saw in football, and then all your sports, so they got to see what you can do, right? So if you had to pick one right now, though, are you picking pitching or are you picking play the field?
I would have to say play the field. I just love outfield too much to give it up at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough to give up the at-bats too, right?
Sure.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. And I know, you're playing a little summer ball right now, making sure you're sharp and ready to go this fall. But what's one big thing that you've been working on just to elevate your game a little bit before you get to college?
Yeah, so I've joined a collegiate league this year because, to be honest, the collegiate pitchers are a little different than the high schooling pitchers. So I'm getting a good learning experience this summer, so I'll be ready for the fall and spring.
That's awesome. Now, just a couple of fun questions for us to wrap up and kind of get to know you a little bit better. Outside of winning a state championship, what is maybe the most memorable game or moment that you had as a Mulvane Wildcat?
I would have to say it's senior year, first round of playoffs in football against Circle. I think in the first quarter, I threw a touchdown pass to our running back, my brother, Grady Myers. And then in the third quarter, threw another touchdown pass to my other brother, our receiver, Hudson Myers. So that was pretty cool to throw a touchdown pass to both of them in the same game.
That's awesome. I love that. And that was a big win, right? You kept moving into the playoffs and had a great year there. That's an awesome memory. I'm sure you'll hold on to that one for a really long time.
For sure.
School-wise, what's your favorite subject, and what maybe are you interested in once you get into college and study?
Yeah, so my favorite school subject has always been math, and then I'm planning on majoring in sports management.
That's awesome. Do you have a goal career, like anything you want to get into? If like you have to move on from sports one day, like what's the plan there?
No, I honestly do not have a plan, but we'll see what happens later on.
All right. You got plenty of time. You're a young kid. You don't have to have it all figured out. I didn't have mine figured out until the very end either. So, not that I'm maybe the picture of success there. I'm just some nerd that talks into a microphone. But walk-up song. What was your walk-up song this year? And, will you keep it the same in college?
Yeah, my walk-up song was I Need $1 by Alec Black, I think. It was one of my uncle's favorite songs, and he sadly passed away about 4 or 5 years ago, so I'm honoring him throughout that song.
That's a sad thing there. I'm sorry that he passed, but that's a really cool way to honor somebody. I think that's special. Yeah. That's really cool. I won't ask you to sing it for us. I've done an interview where they sang their walk-up song, but I won't make you do that. And then I want to know just kind of your biggest goal moving on to play baseball. What do you want to accomplish most of all?
Make tons of memories with my new teammates and be the best person I can and see how far this baseball journey takes me.
Awesome. Manny, you are, again, our male high school athlete of the year. Really special honor. I do want to ask you just kind of what that, if you have a message to those that voted for you, obviously you mentioned that Mulvane really got behind you in the voting, and a lot of people here in the Wichita, metro really were voting for you as well. If you had a message for them to say thank you or something, what would you tell those voters?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for all the support you guys have shown me throughout the past 4 years, and truly blessed to have you guys in the Mulvane community, and we'd be nothing without you guys.
Awesome, Manny. Congratulations again. We got to hook up and get you that trophy here really soon, but appreciate you hopping on to talk to me today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's Manny Myers, our male high school athlete of the year for our honorary ESPYs. He is a Mulvane Wildcat for life and future Butler County Grizzly as well. We'll take a quick break here on 92.3 Preps and be back with more right after this.
All right.
This is the Pulse.
Oh, you not want to go straight into break?
That's fine. That'll work out fine. It's okay. You're good.
ESPN
Okay.
Wichita,
That works out fine.
92.3 FM.
I didn't say anything. So you're all
America's
good.
turning 250, and we're celebrating all month long at Midwest Kia with our Stars, Stripes, and Savings sales event. Save on every new Kia that's built in America, including the Sorrento, Telluride, and more. Plus, when you purchase any vehicle, you'll get a $250 gas gift card. Visit
Should I try to get us KU
MidwestKia.com.
football
And remember,
tickets for this upcoming year?
Oh, you should, because I know nobody's giving them to me up here.
Let me see if I can reach out to our people and see if I can get something. I think I can make a Friday work. I got to look real quick.
And this is Blake Davis with a deal on Bud Light 12-pack 16 ounce.
Yeah,
Just
those spots they
$13.99.
gave you last
Are
year
wine
for
lovers?
that,
Wine plus wine,
whatever
$750
FCS team that was they faced.
Yeah,
Games are
Wagner.
outlet, each store in the
Wagner.
neighborhood locations with superstore pricing.
Sports fans know the best games deserve the best.
Yeah, I could
food,
probably
and
make that
nothing
work.
beats Booth Creek
7
Wagyu,
o'clock.
raised right here in Kansas.
I mean,
whether it's
an
burgers
easy.
on the grill,
let me
steak night
look
at home,
real
or
quick.
tailgating before the big game, Booth Creek Wagyu brings you premium flavor, unmatched tenderness, and a true farm-to-table experience.
Where's my
Stop by their
schedule?
location
What am I
at 21st
doing?
and Webb and taste the difference for yourself. Booth Creek
There we go.
Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit
Honestly, it's not a terrible
boothcreekwagyu.com
idea.
to order today.
I don't have any. I got a friends game the
Summer
next
Ball
day,
Showdown
but that's
is
not
back
bad at
and
all.
better than ever.
I'll see
The
if I
Summer Ball
can
Showdown,
pull
presented
some
by
strings.
Portalite Pitching Mounds,
See
is
what
the
I can-
nation's largest and only national
I can get us a
baseball
couple.
tournament that connects college prep.
we can
and
watch
adult
Are they
them.
baseball
Friday on
teams
back-to-back
compete for a
games to
purse
open the
in
year?
one division
Yeah, they
to be
are. They
crowned
got
national
Long
champions.
Island, and
You
then
can
they
be a
have
part of the
Mizzou.
action as well by signing up for the Wiffle Ball tournament, the Home Run Derby, watch fireworks, and so much
I would
more.
ask for
Catch
Mizzou,
the
but I have a
action
feeling
at
I know the
Genesis
answer to that
Sports
one.
Complex,
Oh, no
July
chance they have.
29th through August 2nd. It's the Summer Ball Showdown.
Hey guys, Sean Kellerman here with Kansas Nation. Be sure you're locked into Kansas Nation.
I may just go up to Lawrence for that game, but not go in.
You should, honestly. I bet you that in itself, because being at bars would be sick.
Football opponents for the 2026 season and hear opinions on
Yeah,
all
on
things
game
KU
time,
from people in the Lawrence community,
they
including Henry
have-
Greenstein from the Lawrence Journal World and Trey Slaughter from the Kansas City Star. It's Rock Chalk Sports with Sean Kellerman and Daniel Courtwright on KansasNation.com. Check us out
Cheapest
live on
ticket
Facebook
right
and
now for
YouTube
Mizzou
as
is
well.
$321.
Kansas Nation, your spot for all things KU.
All right. I did forget one thing. I'm sorry, y'all. I forgot one thing, and that one thing is important because some of you have been patiently waiting, trying to get $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. I need you to be caller number 3 right now at 316-669-4996. Apologies to Jack for forgetting to do that before the break. 316-669-4996. Be caller number 3 to win $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. These are Chiefs Kingdom scratch tickets. I know you will want these because the grand prize is always just amazing. You can win some really incredible things from the Kansas lottery, but if you are a sports nut, a Chiefs nut, you specifically are going to want these. Make sure to call in now. Be caller number 3 at 316-669-4996. By the way, did you know you can play Kansas Lottery on your smartphone? Download the Play On app and become a Play On member today. You can win all sorts of things and second chance drawings. You can do lots of things from your phone nowadays. If you are looking for $30 in Kansas lottery tickets, call in now at 316-669-4996, and we have a winner already. Job well done, Jack. Aaron, Congratulations to Aaron. Aaron won $30 in Kansas lottery tickets. Now, let's go back to the first hour. Burt, end of the hour trivia question brought to you by Tinker Barbecue. Jack, the trivia question and answer.
The question was, with Desmond Briscoe being the last 1,000-yard receiver for Kansas back in 2009, how many games that year out of 12 did he have 100 or more yards receiving? The correct answer was 7, including a 243-yard performance against Mizzou in the Border War.
Yeah, you shouldn't forget about that one. That one was electric. That's when you were like, yeah, if you had any doubt on whether or not Desmond Briscoe was the dude, I mean, that's a dude. That's a dude right there. Burt, end of the hour trivia question. We had a flurry of guesses just in the last 4 minutes. It was crazy to see how many of them came in, but a ton of them did. So thanks for interacting. Appreciate y'all. Desmond Briscoe, that guy did quite a bit there for KU football. Let's do a little throwback Thursday before we hand things off to Seren Petra with the program. Of course, it's still a quiet day of the day, but tomorrow, Wind Surge, they are back in action, and you can catch it right here on ESPN Wichita 92.3 FM as they take on Arkansas. That will be taking place tomorrow. They are going to have a first pitch time of 7:05, 6:05 first pitch on Saturday, and 1:35 on Sunday. All right, here's what happened on this day in history. Let's see if Jack can nail some of these. Jack, on this day in history in 2017, this individual re-signed with the San Antonio Spurs to a 5-year, $90 million contract.
Would that have been Kawhi?
Kawhi Leonard. Good job. Of course, anytime I think of Kawhi Leonard, I think of his laugh and how many people made fun of his laugh. So that's a job well done there, Jack. Now let's see if I can get you something else that would be somewhat good, because here's the problem. Usually things are they're usually quiet on this day. Lots of all-star games. I mean, shoot, I can try to quiz you on that, I suppose. But last year, make it 2 years ago, 2024, the American League wins 5-3 at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Who was the MVP?
That was Jaren Durant.
Jaren Durant. Correct. I'm sure I could probably just throw out all sorts of things for you just in regards to the All-Star game. Let's see. Yeah, 2013 on this day, it was a 3-0 win for the American League, a 4-3 win in 2008 for the American League. You have some ESPY stuff going on as well. Gonna keep on scrolling here. Honestly, it's crazy. On this day, 1994, surely Shane remembers this one very vividly. Baseball Night in America premieres. Surely Shane remembers that. I'm a little surprised if he didn't talk about it today, because I know that's a show that he very much loves, and rightfully so. Yeah, man, this is kind of a quiet day. Although on this day, 1969, this Minnesota Twin steals home for his career best 7th time of the season against Chicago. I want to take a stab at that for 1969. A very famous Twin.
That would have been Rod Carew?
Yeah, okay.
All
there
right.
we go. Job well done, Hall of Famer. I was going to give you some more hints. 18-time All-Star, American League MVP in 1977. Finished with 3,053 hits in his career, 92 bombs, the RBI total being 1,015. Batting champion in the American League a whopping 7 times. His number 29 retired by the Twins, also retired by the LA Angels. He's in the Twins Hall of Fame. He is also in the Halos Hall of Fame. Anything else of note on this day? That is pretty much it. Yeah, usually summer, There's not a lot going on. Not a lot going on. And that's okay. We'll have some fun moving forward, though. I can tell you, once we get to football season, I have a feeling we're going to have a ton of fun. So, anywho. All right, coming up tomorrow on the show, it should be somewhat normal. We do have a couple of slots to fill. One of those slots should be filled by an interview with Jackson Schneider. He'll do another one for our honorary ESPYs. At least I think it's supposed to be taking place tomorrow. Try to get a hold of some more TBT people. I know that's something that we will be working hard on, just trying to get more of those interviews done. Cavante Baker and I have been speaking, trying to get that locked in. Also looking to land a few more interviews as well. So should be fun tomorrow here on the program. All right, that does it for us. Appreciate everyone listening. For producer Jack Johnson, I'm Pat Strathman saying so long, Wichita. Enjoy the evening, and we'll see you again tomorrow at 2 o'clock.